So thank you very much. Shall we just wait 2 seconds? Maybe some other people will join, because this is a very important important subject, important well, a very important issue. So maybe we should wait. I also have Professor Jones, who is going to answer the questions, but I don't know where Benedetta is. So I sent her a message. I hope she would get back to us. But anyway, you know that this is on. It's going to stay on YouTube. So if you want to come back to certain parts of this conference, you will be able for some time from now. Right. So let me first start this second half. So the first half was quite general, different approaches to vulnerability, different context, interdisciplinary approach outside of Europe, some needs that we need, and obviously the very important issue that Federica Bellassai, I think that you should understand how important you are in our context, because we want to know about practical implications of things that we are doing and we are considering. I see also Marco Giardino. Thank you very much for joining us. I hope that this would be, thank you very much for accepting this invitation, because I will just say a few words about what we are going to have today. So have this afternoon. So first of all, we are trying to address different sections or different categories of vulnerability. So this is, you know, just to give you a little flavor how different categories are protected, are not protected, or what issues we might have whether when considering one category or another. And I thank you very much, Marco Giardini, because I know that he's not a lawyer, but we exactly want to approach those groups from very different perspectives. So it's all very relevant for us. And we have our Dr. Favalli, that we thank her so much. She's a very powerful researcher in our university, and she deals with disability as a very important group, coming with the definition of vulnerability, well defined. We said that there are many groups which are not defined, but this one is really well defined. So
thank you, Professor. You are so kind in this presentation.
No, absolutely. I think that this is a very important. I think that it's very important also that you wanted to deal with this issue, because disability as such has been considered in many issues. Myself, I have done a project for the EU on disability, but from labor law perspective, and your approach to disability in considering people on move is important and not so well covered in the literature in general. Well, one thing we can find something, but comparing to children, well, the subject is much less covered. So our Dr. Favalli is going to consider, is from our university, and she's going to consider disability in migration. And exactly this disability in migration is less covered than disability as a general concept or a general concept in the EU. And she's focusing on asylum seekers with disability and EU legal framework. So something also that might be interesting for Professor Jones, who deals with really refugees, so to a certain extent also asylum seekers, because before they become refugees, they are asylum seekers. So yes, so the floor is yours.
You. Thank you. Can I share my presentation?
Yes, but you share, I think that you can easily, yes.
Okay, can you see it?
Yes, 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 yes. Maybe you need to put from the beginning. Right, yes.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much. So, thank you very much, Professor, for inviting me. As you anticipated, today I will address the intersection between disability and migration, and I will focus on the situation of asylum seekers with disabilities in the EU legal framework. For this purpose, I will first of all try to set the scene very briefly, I promise, providing a definition of disability and the importance of addressing the intersection between disability and migration. I will then try to address the international and European legal framework, which is relevant for this topic. And finally, I will focus on asylum seekers with disabilities in the EU legal framework. Just to introduce the presentation, when we speak about the protection of the fundamental rights of persons with disabilities, the first main topic refers to the definition of disability. As through time, the understanding of disability, the conceptualization of disability per se, changed drastically. And accordingly, it changed also the political and the legal framework, the political attitude and the legal framework related to disability. In the past, it was widespread the so-called medical model of disability. According to this understanding of disability, disability was considered an individual condition, and it was referred to basically a health situation and to a sort of individual tragedy. According to the medical model of disability, the policy intervention were mainly paternalistic, and persons with disabilities were not really considered as active citizens and was not involved in decision-making processes. This situation changed through times with the affirmation at the global level of the so-called social model of disability, according to which disability is a social construct. So, what hinder the participation in society of persons with disability are the external barriers, which might be cultural, social, and of course environmental barriers as well. According to this social model, so also legal and policy interventions gradually change at the international, European, and of course national levels. With the gradual affirmation of the social model of disabilities, we arrived to also in the affirmation of the recognition of the human rights of persons with disabilities, in particular with the conclusion in 2006, so a few years ago, if you think about that, of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, that in Article 1 provides a sort of definition, very wide definition of disability, according to which disability is the interaction between the impairment of the person and the various barriers which may hinder the full and effective participation in society of the person. As you can see, this is a very wide definition. It has been defined in legal doctrine, a non-definition or an open definition, as it can encompasses the situation, very different situations. after this very brief clarification, we can notice that in the last decade at the international level, the affirmation of the need to address the peculiar situation of persons with disabilities is nowadays well affirmed. However, it is not historic the need to address the peculiar situation of persons with disabilities in the context of migration. We can notice that globally, both the situation of persons with disabilities and the situation of migrants are considered vulnerable situations. For instance, also in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, that's just one of example, adopted in 2015, we have different mentions of the situation of persons with disabilities, refugees, internationally displaced persons as vulnerable situation. However, we have not any mention of the intersection between disability and migration as well. However, this situation is gradually changing at the international level. In particular, we can find it in the most recent soft law measures adopted by the United Nations. We can find a specific reference to the peculiar situation of persons with disabilities in the context of migration, for instance, in the 2006 New York Declaration for Refugees and Migration, and again, in the two Global Compact on Refugees and on Migration, adopted in 2018 and 2019. And finally, also in 2020, it has been published an interesting report referring to a very specific topic, which is persons with disabilities in the context of internal displacement. When now focusing on a bit more on the legal framework, and so going deeply into technicalities, when we speak about persons with disabilities and the protection of the fundamental rights of persons with disabilities, the legal benchmark, our point of reference, is always the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. In fairness, this convention does not provide any explicit reference to migrants with disabilities or refugees with disabilities or asylum seekers with disabilities as well, of course. Anyway, this convention requires the states parties to mainstream the rights of persons with disabilities in all their policies and programs, including so also migration and asylum policies. So it does not refer to migrants with disabilities, but it could be inferred from its provisions that the rights of persons with disability might be mainstreamed also in migration and asylum policies. With peculiar reference, so as I mentioned before, I will focus in particular on the situation of asylum seekers with disability in the EU legal framework. And to prepare the floor for the focus of my presentation, I will refer to some of the provision of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which could be considered relevant for the situation of asylum seekers. The first one is Article 11 CRPD, which refers more generally to the situation of risk and humanitarian emergency. Of course, this article does not mention the situation of refugee or migrants or asylum seekers with disabilities, but anyway is relevant as it requires state parties to take all necessary measures to ensure the protection and safety of persons with disability in situation of risk. which might, of course, include also the situation of refugees and asylum seekers. In addition, Article 15 of the Convention is also relevant as it protects from torture, cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment. Article 16 refers to the protection of people with disabilities from all forms of exploitation, violence, and abuse. Article 18 refers to the liberty of movement, freedom to choose their residence, and the right to have a nationality of persons with disabilities. And finally, I would like to mention also Article 31 of the CRPD, which is very peculiar of this convention, has required state parties to collect appropriate information, including statistical and research data, referring to persons with disabilities. As one of the main problems referring to the protection of persons with disability is the lack of data referring to these individuals, which render impossible to adopt adequate policy intervention. And this lack of data, as we will see, is dramatic, in particular also in the European context with reference to asylum seekers with disabilities. Going deeply into the EU legal framework, first of all, we can find again the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which is applicable as the European Union, along with all its member states, ratified the convention in 2010. And as an effect, the convention is an integral part of EU law, meaning that all the provisions of EU law must be interpreted in compliance with the convention, which once again is a legal benchmark for the protection of persons with disabilities. And other relevant provision refers in general to the protection of persons with disabilities are in the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union, which at Article 21 and 26 sets forth the prohibition of discrimination on the ground of disability and the right of persons with disabilities to benefit from measures designed to ensure independence, integration, and participation in the life of the community. But to find provisions which refers in particular to the situation of asylum system, asylum application, we have to deal with secondary legislation and in particular common European asylum system. We can find express reference to the situation of asylum seekers with disabilities in different provisions of the Qualification Directive, the Asylum Procedure Directive, the Reception Condition Directive, and the Dublin Third Regulation, which are actually in force. I will now try to very briefly analyze in detail all these provisions and try to understand if these provisions are in compliance with the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Starting with the Qualification Directive, this directive lays down the standards for the qualification of third country national or stateless persons as refugees or persons eligible for subsidiary protection. This directive must recognize the vulnerability of asylum seekers with disabilities, and we can infer this recognition from different provisions. First of all, from Article 20 of the Qualification Directive, according to which member states shall take into account specific situation of different vulnerable persons which are listed, and in this list we can find also reference to disabled people and persons with mental disorder as well. In addition, in Article 30, which refers in particular to the provision of healthcare, member states are required to provide adequate healthcare, including treatment of mental disorders, to beneficiaries of international protection who are in special needs, which is another expression which is used also as vulnerability, as this includes these subjects, these individuals who have special needs, include also disabled people. On the wall, so we can notice that there is a recognition of the situation of vulnerability of asylum seekers with disabilities, even though some scholars contended that the language used might be considered a bit, can be a bit criticized, as it seems to be underpinned a bit more to the medical model of disability than to the social model, as persons with disabilities are considered basically for their health conditions. However, that's positive that we can find as well the recognition of the vulnerability of asylum seekers. Then the Asylum Procedure Directive is a directive that establishes common standards for asylum procedures. According to Article 14 of this directive, every applicant should be given the opportunity of a personal interview when considering their application, their asylum application claim. And what is interesting for the topic at stake is that there is no mention, explicit mention of the fact that the interview might be accessible for persons with disabilities, or that reasonable accommodation might be provided to render accessible to persons with disabilities the interview. However, this obligation can be anyway inferred from various provisions. I could make an example. If you can think about a person with disability, for instance, a person with an hearing impairment, you can also imagine that you have to provide sign language interpreted as well to provide effectively an accessible interview. Of course, this is not mentioned in the Asylum Procedure Directive. However, it can be inferred from Recital 29, according to which certain applicants may be in need of special procedural guarantees due to inter alia disability and mental disorders, or Article 12, according to which asylum seekers should be informed in a language which they understand or are reasonably supposed to understand. This duty of information is very important. You can think from this provision, according to legal scholar, for instance, Ferri, we can infer for instance, the obligation to provide this information also in easy to read version, in an easy to read version for person with a mental disability, for instance. Article 15 requires that member state ensure that the person who conducts the interview is competent, is able to take into account the vulnerability of persons, including disability as well, of course. And finally, Article 24 requires that member state assess within a reasonable period of time after an application whether the applicant is in need of special procedural guarantees. The Reception Conditions Directive as well provides some interesting provisions. The Reception Condition Directive more specifically lays down harmonized standards for reception condition for asylum seekers while they wait for the examination of their claim. First of all, in Article 21 of this directive, member states should take into account the specific situation of vulnerable persons, such as disabled persons or persons with mental disorder. So we have again the recognition of disability as a vulnerable situation that member states should carefully consider. In Article 22, we have that member states should assess whether the applicant is with special reception needs, and Article 17 provides that in the case the vulnerable person is detained, member states shall ensure regular monitoring and adequate support. So, in theory, we have we can say that these provisions, this directive, take into careful account of the situation of asylum seekers with disabilities as vulnerable persons. However, implementation is something different. As noted by for instance, FRA, the European Union Agency for Fundamental Rights, in 2016, implementation at the member state level tend to be grossly deficient. One of the main problems which has been noted is that there is not a common procedure to detect, to identify asylum seekers with disabilities. So there is a lack of harmonization between member states. We have mostly anecdotal evidence. We have not reliable data on that as well, which is another major problem to tackle with the situation of asylum seekers with disabilities. And so, in addition, as I mentioned before, also in other presentation, another problem which has been detected in this report is that in reception centers, the staff in general is not trained to deal with peculiar situation of persons with disabilities. The main problem refers to persons with mental disabilities. The staff is not trained for that particular situation, which, as you imagine, is very delicate. And I would add, is not so uncommon as mentioned before, disability is often acquired during the travel, the journey, or in the reception in detention center, as well as and is caused by the trauma or the injuries during the migration process as well. Finally, I would like to address very briefly the Dublin III regulation, which determines which EU member state is responsible for examining individual asylum application. We can find a reference to asylum seekers with disabilities, again, with reference to the personal interview which might be conducted. And here, again, like in the Asylum Procedure Directive, we have that the applicant the personal interview might be in a language that the applicant understands or is reasonably supposed to understand, and which he or she is able to communicate, so that from this obligation we can infer also the obligation to provide an accommodation, a reasonable accommodation to also for persons with disabilities. Finally, according to Article 16, refers to the situation of applicant which is dependent from a relative, basically. And in this case, the regulation refers to applicants with a severe disability. Which is peculiar here is that we have not the definition of the severe disability, nor in the regulation on in other part, in other provision of EU law. So that this term is very vague and wide, and again, we have not a possibility to an harmonized application of this regulation. And I would like to end my presentation with a bit of hope. And in particular, a few days ago, 2 weeks ago, has been adopted the strategy for the rights of persons with disabilities, which will determine the EU policy referring to disability for the next decade, 2021-2030. And in the strategy, we can find express mention also of the situation of asylum seekers with disabilities, where the Commission recommends to member states to take into account the specific needs of vulnerable applicants and beneficiaries of international protection, and recommends also to facilitate the training of protection officers and interpreters dealing with asylum claims. And I thank you for your attention, and I will stop my share screen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Silvia. Thank you very much for this really thorough talk. I have many issues, but I would like to tell you that I would use your slides when I come in my program to talk about the SIA system, because you're so thorough. So it's really a good explanation. So we will have some questions to, well, there are 3 issues. And I have to say, so we will have some questions for Silvia. Then we have Professor Jones, who came back. So we are very happy that he would answer the questions from this morning, because I stopped him from answering for the reason that I was afraid that we will not manage to put everybody. And just a little bit, I have my students, who is my new student, because we have hardly started teaching, and she was so kind, you know, just, and she wanted to prepare something on disability because she worked and NGOs and so on. So I hope that she wouldn't mind to wait after the question. Okay, so she says that she's okay. So the questions for Dr. Favalli. I don't know why it just because finally it ends up that only me who is talking. So I don't know if they are too shy or I don't wait enough. Martin, what do you think? Do you think that I don't wait enough for questions?
Well, no, I think you're waiting fine. I think people maybe are a bit shy, but I have a question actually.
Okay, yes, Martin, so your question.
No, I thank you very much. I mean, I apologize for missing one of the presentations this morning. I had to pop out and teach. But I mean, thank you very much for such a comprehensive kind of review of the legal frameworks and issues raised by the issue of disability, which, as I think both you and Katarzyna have pointed out, kind of has only recently drawn policy and legal attention. I guess I wanted to ask a question from outside of the, well, from both literally and metaphorically outside the EU. And you've given a good sense of where the EU is and where it needs to go in terms of disability. When you look around elsewhere, where do you see hope and where do you see better practice? And I ask this because, I mean, one of the issues obviously UNHCR struggles with, and that the legal aid NGOs with which I work, is this issue, often in contexts where there's, you know, widespread adherence, as you point out, to the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability. I mean, it's one of the most quickly taken up international treaties in recent years. I mean, in stark contrast to the Migrant Workers Convention, for example. But there's really a real problem, not just by refugees, obviously, but even by kind of the so-called locals in terms of accessing their rights. So where can I look, if not to the EU, for inspiration in terms of adopting more persons with disability friendly policies and practices to advocate to UNHCR for?
The disability organization in general are very powerful and are also very, I don't know if the word aggressive is appropriate, but they fight a lot. And in general, the so quick affirmation of the rights of persons with disabilities is due to this great advocacy work of these organizations. And I think that that's very important, the lobbying work of this organization at all levels. And what is interesting is that it started at the international level, so at the level of the UN. So I think that at the international level, we have a lot of this. It started from the United Nations, and then as a spillover effect, it went to the regional context, in particular the EU, but also in the African and in the American context as well, but that's another topic, and then gradually at national level. So sometimes maybe I think that we can find more the regional and international level which are keen to mainstream disability in their policies than the national level or the local level, as well, because it's also sometimes a cultural problem, which is very now very, very important as well. And I don't know if really I answer your question, to be honest, but I think that the real power here, the real secret is to involve disability persons organization, DPOs, and persons with disability as well, as without the active participation is impossible to meet really the requirements, to imagine as well the requirements of persons with disabilities. And DPOs are really good, are really aggressive, really fightful in that.
Yes. Any other question on? I know that Sylvia needs to go, but maybe not straight away, because I have some. But let's see the audience. Any other question?
I think that will all the citing all the article and the provision, I scared all people.
No, you didn't. So I'm not going to ask the question because I'm a little bit maybe late on my schedule. So I just wanted to, well, I had many points. For instance, the issue of no data, no coordination between countries. So this is a very important issue. And something that I'm adding, but I'm sure that you wanted, it was incorporated in your talk. Not exchange of practices. So what I mean here, that for instance, we deal with them in this way. So maybe it's a lesson to learn, or maybe somebody else can give us a better example. So this is training lacking. So still with this failing in monitoring and supervision. Then I would add, you did say this, first of all, of detecting mental disability, and then entire process, so detecting mental disability, but then how do we deal with this? Do we have the specialists? Do we have the trained people to deal with this and to continue with this? And then your suggestion about providing define disability on two levels: severe disability and I believe normal disability. Is that right, Sylvia?
Oh, yes, and I forget to mention, but another major problem refers to the fact that often asylum seekers try to hide their disability condition. Sometimes disability can be invisible, and because they fear that this will have a negative impact of the asylum claim.
That's a very important point. Sylvia, if you stay with us for a little bit, now I give the floor to Martin. No, it should be, did you address the Benedetta question?
Oh, I can do that quickly if you want. As I recall, the question was one about whether or not UNHCR's approach to vulnerability risks creating hierarchies within refugee populations. And the short answer is absolutely. I mean, we already, as we all know, have this kind of good versus bad refugee that's framed both in popular discourse, but also in legal frameworks, whether it's the resettled refugee who's waited in line in the, so to speak, line versus the spontaneous asylum seeker, but also, you know, the political, the acceptable political refugee versus the unacceptable political refugee. The bigger, so there's a hierarchy in access to services, different categories, and troublingly, these often reinforce existing hierarchies. So the vulnerable refugee is the Christian refugee, the Christian Chin refugee in Malaysia, as opposed to the Muslim Rohingya refugee, because coincidentally, resettlement countries would much rather have Christian refugees than Muslim refugees, even if, you know, both are at significant risk in Malaysia. So it reinforces it. Beyond that, it can actually encourage the performance of vulnerability. So you can have individuals separated from family members to be identified as a woman at risk. You can have, again, drawing on the Malaysia example, you can have women getting pregnant in order to qualify for being a vulnerable individual and therefore get registered and hopefully resettled. You can have individuals basically create and certainly perform vulnerability in a way that is dangerous. So it both reinforces existing hierarchies as well as actually produces vulnerability in order to allow refugees access to services and benefits that they need. Yeah.
Thank you so much. You were not here, but it was Valentina who raised this issue as well, that as producing new, that the process itself produces new vulnerability. Thank you, Martin. You are, thank you very much. Thank you for coming back well with us and for answering this question. Now, we were trying to incorporate everybody in this conference, and I'm terribly grateful for my students. Is she here? Because I can't see her. Ginevra, yes, she was.
Yeah, I am.
That she agreed, but not only. I was very bossy, because when I'm stressed, I'm bossy. So I do apologize, Ginevra. I hope that I haven't frightened you, but well, because, you know, just thank you very much, and I understand that it is not such an easy task at the beginning of your career, whatever career is going to be. So Ginevra is going to talk about reception conditions. So finally, that it falls within our directive on the reception conditions and disability. Why she is doing so? Because she was working with the NGOs in France, and she didn't have only disabled people, but she came across some disability in her career, if we can say, because your young age says that it can't be very long-lasting career, but anyway, for your experience. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me and participating in this seminar. And I would also like to add that myself, I do have a disability, which is the reason why I did start being very interested in this topic. Anyways, without further ado, I'm gonna share the screen. Okay. Can you see it?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so as I was saying, today I will give a brief overview of the reception conditions for migrants with disabilities in Europe. So first and foremost, I am going to give some data, and I'm going to start by saying that 15% of world's population lives with disabilities. A very high number of people, or at least a significant number of people, of these people with disabilities are migrants. However, only little information is available about them. This is the point I would love to stress, exactly because as a result, or better, as a byproduct of the lack of information concerning migrants with disabilities, there is a process of invisibilization which has been put in place. By invisibilization, what I mean is that, in fact, migrants themselves are not properly identified. And by not being properly identified, invisibility makes it difficult to plan for appropriate support measures, and eventually, obviously, becomes an obstacle for their full and effective participation in society. For this reason, I would like to stress that migrants, and especially migrants with disabilities, are subject to multiple axes of oppression. And in saying so, invisibilization through the lack of data and specific effective policies towards them are but yet another layer of oppression that do correspond to the other overlapping axes that correspond to the disability in itself and their condition as migrants. However, when I do speak about disability, I do want to briefly point out to the fact that it is not the disability itself which disables these subjects in our society. It's rather the discrimination and the inaccessible environments, which are the byproduct, again, of that invisibilization, which causes for them to be actually disabled in our society. So one important thing that I like to point out is that the lack of data concerning migrants with disabilities, that vulnerabilizes this subject, and hence, in order to provide a politically effective response to the current condition and migration scenario, both in Europe as a whole and in the different states within Europe, we do need to have a better understanding of the causes of migration, but also, and most importantly, approach the issue of migration and especially migration and disability through the lenses of intersectionality. So giving some data reports about the European reception conditions for migrants with disabilities. Obviously, I'm not going to give such a great overview as the one that Professor Favalli gave us, but just a brief overview. We have the European Directive of 2003, which has been followed by Directive 2013-33, and eventually European Parliament resolution of the 7th of July 2016. Now, while the European Directive of 2003 gave to the national legislation the role of providing specific material reception conditions for vulnerable people, while also recognizing that disabled as part of these vulnerable groups, the Article 21 of Directive 2013 recognized both refugees with disability as vulnerable groups and also asked for a series of standards for reception of asylum seekers. Now, while looking at European Parliament resolution of the 7th July 2016, we do look at Article 58 when it says that vulnerable members of society are further marginalized if they have a disability. And I would like for you to keep this well in mind, because I will come back to this in a moment. Also, this resolution does ask to European institutions and member states to increase and double their efforts in accommodating the provision of the people with disabilities. However, in doing so, it does by asking it individually. So putting the pressure of taking care of the reception conditions for migrants on the single states. And one problem that has been highly pointed out in the literature of the European Union, especially with concerns to migration, is that this led to an uneven application of the law, which eventually also has been coupled by the lack of cooperation in between the different systems, which obviously does but make it even more difficult for the people with disabilities to get their rights be recognized, even more if migrants. As I said before, it was good to remember that the people with disabilities as per the European Parliament resolution of 2016, are recognized as even more marginalized because of their condition of disability. This is but linked with a medical approach, which is a kind of outdated approach to disability. Why am I saying this? Because even with the new Pact on Migration and Asylum of 2020, which also uses a language which reflects this medical approach to disability, once again proves to be a missed opportunity to actually tackle the needs and rights for people with disabilities. And the reason is that, as I said before, disability itself isn't a condition which prevents from people to enjoy life in society, but rather it becomes so when there are discriminatory and inaccessible environments that do block them from fully and effective participating in society. Another reason why the new Pact on Migration did fail to miss also the the provision of the EU Disability Rights Strategy from 2021 and 2030 is also that it seems that health and vulnerability assessment are going to be done by third countries, which means that eventually there are going to be pre-entry screening processes, which are but going to put even more burden on the disabled people themselves, because as Professor Favalli was saying before as well, unfortunately, disability is also a cultural issue. And in some countries, it is not that easy to be recognized as disability as such. Also, it failed to respond to the CRPD committee's recommendations and key demands for the disability movement, including, and here, once again, I underline this, the collection of data concerning asylum seekers and migrants with disabilities. So when looking at Italy, I want to give some data. So as per the projects for asylum policies and services financed by National Fund for Vulnerable People, we have 52 projects against the 681 projects for ordinary categories. All of this to say that only 734 are specialized reception centers for vulnerable refugees against more, so over 2,000 migrants recognized to having disabilities on the territories, of which only 2.3% with mental disorders, which is once again another kind of disability, have adequate assistance. And this is a very important point to stress, because eventually Italy as well did miss an opportunity to protect migrants with disabilities, and most importantly, to meet their needs and to protect and support their human rights. This is also due to a lack of appropriate mapping, lack of monitoring of the number of migrants with disabilities on the territory, lack of understanding how many different disabilities affect the population with disabilities within the migrant population in Italy, because again, we need to think of diversification, and so diversity. So obviously there is not just one size fits all when we talk about disability, and also a lack of special reception centers. All of this resulting in people with special needs, including torture victims, to often be accommodated in general reception centers or even forced to live in the streets or in squats. And regarding to this, I'd like to point out to one experience I had during my work in France. So I was responsible for the integration project supporting the social and human rights and cultural rights of asylum seekers and refugees in distress in the region of Loire-Atlantique, and specifically Nantes. And sorry?
No, it just,
okay.
Somebody mute the...
Sorry.
It's all right.
It's
all right. So yeah, as I was saying, the problem is that this one thing stuck in my head, and it's this time whether I was with this person. Obviously, I'm not going to disclose his identity. He was 24 and he did have all of the different symptoms which looked like being multiple sclerosis, which is an invisible chronic disease. However, because it was not being properly identified, and so the state did not know that he did have a disability, he was forced to live in between squats and the streets, which eventually was just worsening its condition day by day. So what do we need to remember is that here we're not talking about just numbers, but we're talking about people. But to really manage to meet the needs of these people, first and foremost, we need to address the data challenge. So one solution has been provided by the AMID project, so Access to Services for Migrants with Disabilities, which provided through an NAT questionnaire, which was given to different NGOs and on-place actors which were working with people with migrants with disabilities, the possibility of creating a local, then regional, and then national database, which was based in Italy. And after 2016 meetings in Brussels, is now right now expanding its project to other European countries, with the eventual objective to create a European database on migrants with disabilities. As I said, this is fundamental because in the end of the day, what we need to do is to use these data, this database, to create strategic coordination plans between countries to provide assistance and protections with migrants with disabilities. Another really important issue is to create a standardized identification procedures for the whole perimeter of Europe. Also, provide durable solutions for migrants with disabilities so that they can be actually inserted by the host countries in different protection systems, but also create an information system that is able to register and identify the needs of the different and specific disabilities of the individuals in the territory, which can allow for us to design specific and ad hoc public policies aimed truly at protecting migrants with disabilities. However, and here I conclude, my most important point is that, unfortunately, in policies, we often forget that the policies we make for people need to take those very people who are invested by these laws in account. So until we will incorporate the participation of the migrant population with disability in policy decision-making places, I know, and unfortunately I need to state this, we will never be able to fully meet their needs and actually create effective policies that will not invisibilize and vulnerabilize these people, but will actually empower them and allow for them to truly live their life and effectively participating in society. Thank you. I hope this was interesting for you and that sparkled somehow some interesting or critical perspective on this issue. And I'm going to interrupt the sharing for now.
Ginevra, I'm impressed. So I was so bossy, but I'm impressed, I should say, because, you know, just like I was just sort of putting on her certain pressure, but I'm really impressed. Very quick question. I have many comments, but I can do it at any time. So because we are 15 minutes late and we have some time constraints because we have somebody from SPRA that has a doctor appointment and so on afterwards. So any very quick question? Anybody? No?
If I can just intervene,
Yes,
I would like to make my congratulations for this really interesting presentation. I really enjoy it, and also for your work on the field, if I correctly understood, and your interest. So that's just my very positive feedback. Thank
you very much.
If she can stay, maybe we can come back to this, because at this time, I'm just a little bit concerned about time that people who, well, they teach, they do something different, so I can't really delay. But if you stay, we can come back and have a longer discussion, because the topic really deserves a longer discussion. Right. So, Simone, where is Simone? Simon.
Yeah.
Right. So here there is another opportunity, which what I wanted to tell you, that different groups were incorporated into this conference. I would like really to say that thank you very much for this really good response, because one of the because what I was trying to do, so we are holders of the grant, European Commission grant, Jean Monnet grant, in different sections, module, chair, and so on. And this is an opportunity to know each other better and to establish a platform which could be a very different one. So I completely understand that we have different areas and nobody, well, and so that's why it's absolutely not expected that you provide a legal analysis, legal analysis, and that but you approach the topic from your perspective, from the perspective of maybe your ground and or something that is well, similar, because obviously we were awarded in different groups for different projects and so on. So I'm really, again, I thank you so much for this, for various reasons. Exactly this positive approach, and the positive approach that I should say that being at well, taught for many years at York exactly had very positive approach and respect for somebody else's work. So they were always enthusiastic. When they couldn't, they were always sending, yeah, but I can come for 15 minutes because I'm teaching or something. I think that this is this sort of very positive attitude I would like some sort of share with you, because you know, just sometimes we work hard, and it's important that that is well received. And exactly so I thank so much Simone. Simone is from Pisa, am I right? Yes. And Simone is historian, also was awarded Jean Monnet, and he is exactly from this platform. So I have contacted maybe 12 or 13 people, and finally here we are 3. So I really should thank to those people. I understand they have different focus, different project, but for being together and trying to work together, it's very important. However, the event lasts all day, so everybody could come for just a little bit, and this is, thank you so much. So we are going to consider another little category of vulnerable groups, the very important one. They are children. So Simone is going to talk about migration and the child's best interest, all and new experiences in Europe. So thank you, Simone, for being with us, and thank you for your positive attitude, and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Katarzyna. Thank you to you. It's an honor and a pleasure for me to be here, and it's a great opportunity also to know you and to know the colleagues of mine, even if, as you said, we come from very different disciplines, and we use a plurality of approaches and methodologies. The paper that I'm going to present is based indeed on a larger project, which culminated in an international conference held in 2017 at the University of Padua, titled Children on the Move from the 20th to the 21st Century, a Biopolitics Perspective. And 3 years later, in a collective volume titled Child Migration and Biopolitics, Old and New Experiences in Europe, recently published by Routledge. Credited with the professor in European history at the Dublin City University, Beatrice Scutaro, this book brought together contributions from 12 scholars representing a wide range of disciplines: ethnography, history, law, political science, ecology, sociology, and social work, Focusing on the 20th and 21st centuries, the volume covered a wide geographical area within Europe, both West, Belgium, France, Germany, and East, Romania, Russia, Ukraine, South, Italy, Portugal, and Turkey, and North, Sweden. The aim was to gain a better grasp not only of the evolution of child migration, but also of the forces that shape children's lives and social experience. On the basis of this research, in the short time at my disposal, I will give you an account of the concept of child's best interest and the main contradictions and challenges facing its application in the entire post-war period. This issue will be examined through the lens of migrant children. Migration enables to better apprehend how the formulation of children's interest evolved over time and space. Migration, moreover, helps to better perceive that not all children were and are treated equally. Ideology, religion, gender, and class have historically influenced who and how is to be protected. Migration finally enables to better understand how children's best interest can at times conflict with other considerations and values. As an historian, I will follow the chronological order. It is well known that the World War II strongly affected children in all European countries involved. Many were killed, injured, displaced, or interned in concentration camps. Some were even victims of medical experiments. Many witnessed bombing raids and firestorms, or played an active role in conflicts. Suffering continued even after the war had ended. In the aftermath of the conflict, children were those that most suffered from diseases and deprivation. A significant number of them found themselves orphaned by one or both parents. Against this backdrop, unsurprisingly, involvement in child rearing reached unprecedented levels. Given a great level of autonomy and the poor conditions experienced by many children, there was increasing concern about the rise of juvenile delinquency. There was therefore the urgent need to provide care to all the children forced into vagrancy. Meanwhile, given the destruction caused by the war, children were seen as Europe's best hope of recovering and prospering. This, however, does not mean that treatment was equal for all. As a proof of this, despite its philanthropic mandate, the United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Administration selected beneficiaries in displaced persons camps on the basis of strict eligibility criteria, which excluded displaced adults and children who did not belong to a United Nations member state. UNRWA, accordingly, did not provide humanitarian aid to German children. They were outside its scope. They were the children of the enemy. At the same time that the interests of German children were deliberately ignored, the interest of another category of children became a bone of contention between the United Nations agencies and Jewish organizations. We are talking about the Hebrew children. With the aim to stabilize Europe, UN agencies identified the unification of families and the renationalization through repatriation as pillars of the best interest of the child. In order to take back their children, on the other hand, local and international Jewish organizations reclaimed Jewish displaced minors, at the same time as the Jewish Agencies for Israel promoted programs for resettling young Jewish survivors to Palestine. The best interest of the Jewish children, according to these organizations, was the rehabilitation of little Holocaust survivors with a view to Aliyah Bet and the establishment of a Jewish state in Eretz Israel. The outbreak of the Cold War showed that the definition of child's best interest can change if geopolitical and biopolitical considerations change. In the post-war period, as said before, UNRWA declared that its intention was to repatriate displaced children to their home countries and natural parents. This was in line with its conception of European stabilization and its idea of the best interest of the child. Accordingly, it accepted to return children from Western Ukraine and Baltic republics to the Soviet Union, which had annexed those territories in the late 30s and mid-40s, respectively. With tensions escalating between the United States and the Soviet Union, however, US and UK military authorities, together with welfare workers from UNRWA and International Refugee Organization, questioned repatriating Ukrainian and Baltic children to the Soviet Union and discussed resettlement as an alternative. The best interest of the child was then reformulated in order to legitimize the new politically motivated approach. Colonialism and subsequent decolonization also influenced attitudes towards children and perceptions of their best interest. It became again clear that the definition of the best interest of the child when it was inextricable from political and ideological considerations. On the one hand, colonialism and later decolonization created a new kind of war. Mixed-race children were often sent to former colonial powers after the colonies had gained independence. Eurasian children born to French soldiers and Indo-Chinese women and children born in Algeria during French occupation were taken into care between the mid-50s and early 60s in France for humanitarian reasons. This decision, however, was also taken for political motives, as the French authorities were aware of the demographic potential and the interest in controlling these children. On the other hand, colonialism and later decolonization triggered third-worldist sentiments, which in turn raised awareness of children problems in developing countries and popularized the practice of inter-country and inter-ethnic adoption. This practice was usually justified on the grounds of the child's best interest. However, as clearly shown by the activities of the prominent Belgian adoption agency Joyce Sowers and its founder, Father Eugene René Deleuze, from the early 70s to the mid-80s, the definition of the best interest was strongly influenced by the ideology and stereotypes of adoption agencies and their leaders. Joyce Sowers and Father Deleuze decided who was the best suited to be adopted in India and identified the ideal Belgian parents for children in need of being saved. They constructed a specific parenting figure influenced by religious, colonial, and gender cliches and allowed only the parents who responded to their criteria to adopt. In the context of post-colonialism, they saw displacement of children from the south to the north, not only as a way to serve the children's interest, but also as a reparation for colonial oppression and a vehicle for the establishment of a transracial and transcultural world. Meanwhile, children's situations improved in most European countries, especially in the western part of the continent, where damaged economies recovered and grew at fast rates. The socioeconomic conditions of most families consequently got much better. Against this background, children started going to school longer, and most of them stopped working. Infant mortality fell sharply, and people started having fewer children in virtually all countries in Europe. Parents started to put their hopes in their children and do their best to offer them the best possible conditions. This was followed by a massive increase in the sentimental value of children in both working and middle-class circles. These changes went hand in hand with the rise in international initiatives and regulations aimed at protecting children. The United Nations Declaration of the Rights of the Child in 1959 called upon governments and civil society to provide all children access to education, healthcare, social protection, and good nutrition. Reform movements in the late 60s and the 70s fought successfully for more and new child rights. And meanwhile, non-governmental organizations dealing with children and promoting their rights and conditions flourished and gained increasing influence. Family reunification schemes were expanded, and migrant children in Western European countries too were given more rights, also thanks to the European Community's initiatives and regulations. This, of course, did not eliminate all problems. In the 80s, in fact, the new issues emerged: the change in family structure, the creation of new state control mechanisms over childhood, and the emergence and spread of new forms of poverty raised new challenges to Western Europe. At the same time, economic and social crises and environmental deterioration in Central and Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union dramatically impacted children's lives and health conditions. The end of the Cold War paved the way to the codification for the first time of the principle of child's best interest. Immediately after the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989, the United Nations General Assembly adopted the Convention on the Rights of the Child, which was the first children's rights instrument to obligate states to legally comply with its provisions. The Convention addressed the child's well-being and established precise rights, prohibitions, and procedural guidelines. The Convention's fundamental requirement was that, I quote, in all actions concerning children, the best interest of the child should be a primary consideration, end of quotation. 1 year later, in 1990, the United Nations World Summit for Children took place in New York, its main aim being to improve children's conditions worldwide by 2000. Undoubtedly, this process reflected an increasing concern for children and their rights and coincided with the general improvement of their conditions. Like the aftermath of the Second World War, however, the aftermath of the Cold War took its victims, with children again in the forefront. In Russia and Eastern Europe, the difficult transition from communist to capitalist systems often resulted in a deterioration of children's conditions, or at best, a cosmetic change of old questionable practices. Romania represents a perfect example of this situation. It well illustrates through the potential instrumental use of the principle of child's best interest. During the communist era, constituting the best possible national body was the main reason why the Romanian regime favored displacing children of certain social and ethnic categories considered unfit to raise good citizens and institutionalizing them. The dominant idea was that the state would know how to best re-educate them. After the collapse of the regime, methods partially changed, but the aims remain largely the same. The post-communist state continued to encourage child abandonment, to make significant use of institutionalization, the ultimate aim being, once again, to safeguard the well-being of the Romanian nation and society. In this context, inter-country adoption offered a fraught with risk solution to overcrowded children's homes and an alternative to hopeless segregation, especially for disabled children. Meanwhile, the Yugoslav wars from 1991 to 2001 badly affected children. Conflicts in the Western Balkans were marked by barbarous violence against civilians, especially women and children. Millions of children were killed, suffering from disabilities, or were raped or displaced because of war. Many also did not have proper access to education, healthcare, water, and food supplies, both during and under the conflicts. In the meantime, the European Union acquired an increasingly important role in protecting children's rights. The Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union, proclaimed in 2000 and given legal force in 2009, recognized children's rights to education, protection, care, free expression of opinions and ideas, and relations and contacts with parents. It also prohibited child labor. The Charter clearly stated that, I quote, the child's best interest must be a primary consideration, end of quotation. Significant progress was made in Europe in the 2000s and 2010s. This not least because with the inclusion into the European Union, most former communist countries in Eastern Europe recognized children's rights and freedoms that are, at least on paper, comparable, if not more advanced than those stated in Western Europe. Not everything has been fixed, however. Children's work has not entirely disappeared in Europe. In the continent's poorest areas, children's labor is still an important contribution to the family budget. Moreover, the growing number of refugees and irregular migrants in Europe has resulted in a resurgence or increase in child labor with little or no protection. The case of Afghan and Syrian minors in Turkey is paradigmatic in this sense. At the same time, the difficulty and from complete integration of second and third generations of migrants is not infrequently generating conditions of degradation in states of tension and conflict in which children are sometimes victims and sometimes perpetrators. Meanwhile, the mass arrival of accompanied and unaccompanied migrants and asylum seekers from outside Europe is putting a great strain on European finances, social structures, and education systems. It is also raising growing cultural and political resistance. Despite a sound national and international legal framework for child protection, there is a concrete danger of stigmatization, exclusion, discrimination, and human rights violations for these groups of children. There is a high risk too that in the name of children's interest, institutionalization and detention are misused, abused, or overused. This is a nerve which brings into play the inherently ambiguous definition of child's best interest and its complex reconciliation with other considerations and values. So, the European Union encourages member states to minimize the recourse to the detention of minors, and when necessary, to ensure then optimal conditions, there is a serious and well-documented discrepancy between the law and practice. The member states of the European Union are increasingly considering migrant children more as migrants than as children. This increases the chance of using forced custody against them. This practice can expose children to both rights violation and negative stereotyping. Moreover, it was found there is a tendency to use protection against vulnerabilities as a pretext to justify detention powers and legitimize expulsion. Sweden can provide evidence of this phenomenon. Recent studies have shown that protection of accompanied migrant children from disappearance, which is normally presented by Swedish social workers as a way to serve children's rights, is in fact often used as an instrument for facilitating expulsion of illegal migrant children. Even in a country that is widely and correctly considered as fully respectful of migrant children, therefore, the rhetoric of the child's best interest can be functional to the secularization of migration. Social workers and the so-called psychotechnocrats, in turn, can be instrumental in building and legitimizing this political discourse. While children are generally more protecting and everything seems put in place in order to create the best conditions for them to develop, therefore, European politicians and social workers are sometimes unable or unwilling to correctly identify needs and risks or undertake appropriate actions to address all categories of children. I conclude. Children on the Move offer a vantage point for analyzing and interpreting the principle of child's best interest and its application. This historical panoramic examination enables us to see that children have been a central concern for governments and societies, their lives being increasingly controlled by a variety of actors who claim to act in their best interest. That said, the formulation of this concept changed over time and space. Its enforcement was not equal for everyone, and the ideological, geopolitical, socioeconomic, and security considerations were more than often decisive in shaping its contents. What distinguishes our time is the importance of international and non-governmental organizations and the increasingly influential role played by the so-called specialists. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Simone. Thank you so much. Tell me how busy you are, because maybe the questions we can put a little bit later, because we quite late and Antonina is waiting. I have just 3 very small comments. So first of all, completely right, the concept of, so finally, going with the concept of best interest has changed over the time. And this we can see in law, for instance, in the law of the Council of Europe addressing the best interest. One of the earlier cases is about Zaire, the girl from Zaire who was separated and sent back, and she was very young, she was 6, and nobody really cared at that time what is in the best interest. Finally, another point, the UN Convention does not really explain what is in the best interest, although by relation with other articles, we can say that, for instance, maybe sending back in social and culture spectrum could be better than retaining this child, for instance, in Europe. But this is for discussion. And then a very important issue, that in Europe they are more migrants than children. Thank you so much. Thank you, Simone, because otherwise we want very interesting, historical. Antonina, hello. So Antonina is another one who was easy with this, with my invitation. She didn't, well, I didn't have to pray, and I really appreciate that for this. Juliana as well, so I will tell when Juliana is coming. But for now, because I know that Luigi is already here, and Luigi has a doctor appointment. So let's go with it. So another vulnerable groups, children again. So and Zampalò. So for those who are not here, who are somewhere else, for my students. Pleasure, Antonina. Antonina is from Messina. We met during the conference on migration, and I really liked her paper, and I invited her here. Antonina.
Thank you, dear Professor Gromek-Brock, for inviting me. And it is my pleasure to meet here at the University of Messina. And it is an honor for me to have been invited to speak on a topic of which the Professor Gromek-Brock wrote a beautiful essay in the review ordinance. In Italy, the latest monthly monitor of the status of unaccompanied foreign minors carried out by the Ministry of Labour and Social Policy show that there are many unaccompanied foreign minors. If it were possible to graduate among the vulnerabilities to which migrants are subjects, minors undoubtedly occupy a top position. I would say Simone Paoli. But in Italy, Italy is one of the few countries to have enacted a law to protect unaccompanied foreign minors. I refer to the so-called Zampa law, the law number 47 of 2017, from the name Zampa law, from the name of the deputy rapporteur for the text. This law attributes a series of rights to minor for the obvious purpose of achieving effective integration of the same through a strengthening of the existing protection and the guarantee of the uniform application of the rules for reception throughout the national territory. And in the Article 1, Paragraph 1, recognize the same right on equal term with minors of Italian or European Union citizenship. And this is very important. In Article 10 of this law, Paragraph 1, establish that any request presented by a child or his parents in order to enter a third party or to leave it for the purpose of family reunification must be considered with a positive spirit, with humanity and diligence, specifying Paragraph 2, the right to leave his country and to return to it, committing the existing states pursuant to Article 11 to take measures to prevent illegal movements. But one question we must ask together is, who is an unaccompanied foreign minor? The expression indicates the citizen of states not belonging to the European or stateless under the age of 18 who is for any reason in the national territory without assistance and legal representation. In the Italian Supreme Court, with a decision of 2019, the number 9199, has sanctioned how, based on Article 2 of the Law 47, the unaccompanied foreign minors must be without assistance and representation by parents and other legal responsible adults in accordance with the law of the Italian legal system. And the use of the conjunction hand between the words assistance and representation of service the court indicates the necessary competition of both conditions. The first relating to the profile of material assistance, understood as the absence of subjects who have care, custody, and sure well-being of the minor. The second relating to the profile of legal representation, understood as the absence of subjects representing the minor, or for this reason they are formally responsible. A fundamental step in the identification of the is the identification of the minor. And Article 5 of Zampa law introduced homogeneous procedures in the national territory suitable to overcome the difference of territorial practices previously existing. This represents a fundamental step, since the possibility of applying protection measures depend on the assessment of the minor age. The assessment is necessary where it is not possible to identify the parents, also through the documentation existing in the country of origin, or in the presence of reticence behavior by adults linked in various capacities with the minor. But there is a tendency, we know, for many young foreign to declare an age less than 18. And the reason is simple. This is because the protection of Zampa law stop at the age of majority. And this, for me, for all, is an aspect that reveals a limitation of the existing legislation, since many young people who, despite having passed the age of majority, are still in an uncomfortable situation, are excluded from the application. In the presence of a minor, it is necessary to evaluate which solution is most appropriate to his interest. As Article 403 of the Italian Civil Code, in fact, public intervention is mandatory, aimed at placing it in a safe place. Significant rule introduced from a procedural point of view, which aim to implement the Dublin regulation, are relating the institution at each juvenile court by the regional guarantors for children and adolescents of a list of voluntary guardians who are willing to assume the protection of an unaccompanied foreign minor. The voluntary guardian is an important support figure in the process of reception and the progressive integration of the minor, as he assigned, according in the case, the task of assisting or replacing the minor in all those activities aimed at making a full exercise effective of the rights. The dialogue between the minor and the institution put in place by the guardian allow, for example, to facilitate the activation of family investigations without prejudice to the recognition of the right to the possible appointment of a trusted lawyer, making use of free legal aid at the expense of the state in each state and degree of the procedure pursuant to Article 16 of Zampa Law. Now, let's see in particular what are the rights recognized to migrants and minors by Zampa Law. It is about the right to health care, education, and listening that constitute tangible proof of the integration process started in Italy. The first is the right to health care is achieved through the extension of the registration in to the National Health Service, with the previous legislation considered mandatory only for minors with a residence permit, also pending the issue of this permit. The second is the right to education that is incentivized through the adoption of specific measures by educational institutions and training institutions suitable to facilitate the fulfillment of compulsory education by minors. And the third is the right to listen. It is very important because in the administrative and the judicial procedure involving the minor, even in the absence of the guardian, however, is not always fully realized and yet nevertheless perform a basic function for understanding the effective needs of the minor and activating the consequent protection. In this regard, one quite failing to underline how, for the accomplished exercise, the role of the guardian or the manager of the reception center is central, which must have the sensitivity to understand precisely by listening if the minor needs possible emotional and psychological assistance, to which also entitled pursuant to Article 15 of Zampa Law. But among the right guarantee also to the foreign minor on an equal footing with the Italian minor is to be mentioned above all that of growing up and being educated within a family and possible their own. Although, as previously pointed out, there is an objective divergence between the notion of state of abandonment used in adoption Italian law and the situation of an accompanied foreign minor. Also, in this latest case, the legislator expressed a preference compared to being placed in a host community to our custody within a family or in a family type community. This is because it's based on the objective data, according to which the family environment constitutes a privileged location for a balanced and harmonious psychophysical development of the minor. Article 7 of Zampa Law, modifying the Italian law adoption, Article 2, which provided for a family custody for the minor temporarily without an autonomous family custody, provide that without further burdens for public finance, local authorities can promote the awareness and the training of charities to encourage the family custody of unaccompanied foreign minors as a priority comparing to be admitted to a reception facility. And in this sense, in implementation of the directive on reception conditions, as far possible, we tend to keep the broader together, limiting the change of residence to the indispensable. And these provisions are inserted into furrow of the Italian law number 173 of 2015, that also modifying the law about adoption, provides that for the rights of the effective continuity of children, and therefore the possible transition to adoption in the presence of a minor orphan or of the parents by person joined to the minor by kinship up to the 6th degree, or by a pre-existing stable relationship and lasting also accrued in the context of assignment procedures. Similarly to the Italian minor placed in a custody situation, the optimal solution could be that of an adoption by the foster children if the needs which led to the separation from the biological family, even if not in a completely radical way, subsequently they may seem to be temporary. A possible interruption of the educational and emotional relationship with the carers may not be responsive to the actual interests of the minor. The implementation of this principle with the Law 47 of 2017 has that allowed the European Commission to affirm that Italy guarantee an accompanied for a minor adequate legal protection, both at an organizational, administrative, legal, and to legislative level, and to file an infringement procedures against Italy launched by European Union in 2013. The Italian Zampa law had the merit of introducing the integration measures in a long-term perspective for the new adult in order to guarantee him support in view of achieving autonomy. So the Convention of the Right of the Child was implemented, which placed the interest of the minor at the center. It also recognized itself the Charter of Fundamental Rights of European Union, how say Simone, in addition to the general principle of equality pursuant to Article 21, prohibits any form of discrimination based on birth, and in Article 24 indicates in paragraph 1 among the right of the child that to receive care and protection functional to his well-being, and in paragraph 2 state that in all acts with concern minor, whether they are carried out by public authorities or private institutions, the best interest of the same must be considered paramount. The legislative decree of 28, number 113 on immigration and security, converted into law and wanted by Salvini, the Minister of the Interior, has cancelled the protection for humanitarian reason, which has been widely used in recent years, but had fortunately maintained the protection reserved for minors in consideration of their vulnerability. In this sense, the text of law of 2020, number 130, which presents a series of important innovations, including the repeal of the security decree, should be considered an important step forward in terms of immigration. But now the COVID pandemic has further accentuated the numerous problems affecting unaccompanied foreign minors. In the lockdown period, young people, mostly adolescents, who must be able to learn a new language, train themselves, become independent from a working and housing point of view, once they come of age, are the witness, the sudden interruption of their inclusion with the suspension of work or training placement, finding themselves without financial resource and with difficulties in renewing or converting residence permits. A setback that occurred in an already very difficult period due to an ever greater closure of borders and European and national policies ranging from a pushback along the Eastern European border to the closure of the Mediterranean port. Allora, now I start to conclude. I think that is necessary that the migration phenomenon be addressed through our political direction, that regardless of the specificities of the individual European countries, translate into organic legislation. In fact, in the European resolution of April 2016 on the situation in the Mediterranean, the need for an approach by European migration policy emerges. If from a market point of view, and therefore depending on the achievement of substantially economic interest, the Union has managed to adopt homogeneous legislation which guarantee, on the one hand, the free movement of goods, service, capital, and on the other hand, the protection of weak contractors such as consumer, server, when there are interests at stake, which pertain to an exquisitely non-patrimonial sphere as emerged for the phenomenon of migrants. On the other hand, exists an objective difficulty in finding an overall picture that allow effective policies to be implemented. Furthermore, it's also necessary to stem the migration phenomenon through policies to support the poorest countries. And the European Union has committed itself to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, a program aimed at providing support to migrants, countries of origin and transit, to strengthen regional cooperation on the protection of minors, which support activities of the West African Network for the protection of minors. A series of funding has been provided for the education of refugees children, with the creation of a special fund for refugees in Turkey on the European Union Trust Fund in response to the Syrian crisis. And Pope Francis in the Angelus on Sunday, February 8th, said expressly, I would like to make an appeal in favor of an accompaniment for minors. Are so many. Unfortunately, I was informed, he said, on the dramatic situation of those on the so-called Balkan route, but there are some in all routes. Let's make sure that these fragile and defenseless creatures do not lack proper care and preferential humanitarian channels. And the mind goes back to January 2019, when the body of a child with the school report soon inside a jacket pocket was found at the sea. It's reported the school grids of the children, written in French and Arabic. A car kept with pride and love in the hope of a new life. The school report as a proof of merit that every human person must have, regardless of school grades, gender, race, and religion, respecting the highest juridical value at stake, which is human dignity. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Antonina. I have many comments, but maybe I just don't know, because I know that Dr. Vanella has a doctor appointment, and before we have another talk, just only few things that I would like to say. Well, what sort of protection in asylum procedure, custody, then very important, the right to education in the situation of pandemic now. So what sort of right of education? So those would be my my questions, but maybe we can do a little bit. I don't know if Professor Morone is in a hurry.
Yeah.
No problem.
No, what I'm saying that maybe before Professor Morone, because Dr. Vanella has a doctor appointment. So let's first, so we have now in our program Marco Gardini, and am I pronouncing right? It should be Giardini. No, Gardini. Gardini, so I'm okay. And I'm really grateful I'm really grateful because nobody wants to look after aging population in migration. So obviously, Marco Gardini is not a lawyer. He would approach this from a different perspective, but this is a very important subject in relation to vulnerable groups, the elderly. And as I said, that if I would have time, I would have done something about access to benefits for the elderly migrants. Antonina, great, but let's really thank you. No, don't go. Before Professor Morone, maybe we can come back to some questions, and the same for Simone. So, Dr. Gardini, can we know something about aging in diaspora? But this is a very important topic also for my students, because they have just considered diaspora in their class last week. So we tackled 3 things at one go. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having organized this important opportunity of reflection and exchange. My contribution today is an effort to explore a couple of problematic questions that I think are important to ask when, as an anthropologist, I look at the topic of vulnerability, and that both Valentina and Emanuela have already stressed this morning. The first question is vulnerability from what? Which is a question that invites us to consider the multiple social, economic, political, and gender dimensions that intersect in producing what we call the vulnerability of certain groups or individuals. And the second question is how the concept of vulnerability is socially and culturally elaborated, which stress the fact that often vulnerability can mean different things for different people in different times and contexts. And a good analytical tool, I think, to answer the first question is, of course, intersectionality, as it has been already stressed many times today, which is a concept that explores how multiple forms of social differentiations, such as gender, class, age, skin color, origin, status, religion, can variously overlap to produce and reproduce social and political subjection, economic inequalities, and dynamics of exploitation. While the analysis of life histories and life trajectories can be a good way to address the second issue, or at least these methodological tools have been useful to me when I started to focus on elderly women of the Eritrean diaspora in Italy, in particular in Milan. Many of these women have been vulnerable under many points of view because of the endemic racism of European societies toward people coming from former colonies, because Italian laws were far from being able to guarantee them the rights normally guaranteed to citizens, because they were women, because they came from poor rural background, and because they have been exploited as domestic workers by rich Italian families for the great part of their life, a condition that prevented them to increase their economic and social capital. And yet, despite these multifaceted forms of vulnerability, they started to perceive themselves as vulnerable only after retirement, when age intersected with all these factors. And the reason for that was that age made somehow evident for them the fact that their migratory experience was not successful at all, at least according to the criteria of other members of the diaspora. And here lies, I think, a little paradox that I think is worth considering. These women started to perceive themselves as vulnerable precisely at the moment when they disappeared from, let's say, the radar that the public and forensic discourse creates when applying the framework of vulnerability only to migrants of recent arrival. Indeed, when aging and migration are evoked together in the public and political discourses, it is generally inside a narrative that frames an European population getting increasingly old and a young exploited migrant labor force coming in. This narrative, of course, is not false or untrue at all. However, it can hide the historicity of the African diaspora in Europe and does not take into account that there are many so-called migrants who have lived for more than 30, 40 years in Italy, and now they are approaching or have reached retirement. I say so-called migrants because, in fact, they are not migrants anymore. Many of them managed to become Italian citizens or have permanent residential permits. They have built a family in Italy. They have children born there and have spent more years in Europe than the years they spent in their country of origin. For sure, members of the aging diaspora cannot be reduced to homogeneous social categories, given the variety of their life trajectories, the plurality of their social and economic condition, and the different strength of their local and transnational social networks. Of course, aging can be a period of changes and innovation, and not only of vulnerability, even if this positive picture of aging can be easily criticized when compared to the life histories of those who were not able to achieve the socially and culturally constructed markers of a successful aging. However, it is certainly true that elder members of the diaspora are often quite active in renegotiating the social position toward the kinship networks and play an important role in the activities of migrant associations, for example, in the host country, but also being a guide for those who arrived later and the main sources of remittances for those who stayed back. Even if their needs are to some extent similar to those of the aging native population, ethnographic research have uncovered the specific challenges of aging in a foreign country. In other terms, a focus on the aging diaspora allows us to explore many other topics, care system, for example, but also the topic of return and how the meanings of aging are renegotiated in a diasporic context. Indeed, beside psychological challenges, return trajectories are fraught often with social, political, and economic difficulties that made unrealizable what seems easier in an earlier stage of life. The choice of spending what is left of a diasporic trajectory here in Europe or there in Africa depends on a number of factors: the success or not of the diasporic trajectories, the family networks they have maintained back home and those they created anew in Italy, with the corresponding responsibilities, of course, their health condition, and also the political context of the country of origin. Of course, these same factors influence also what does constitute, in local terms, vulnerability and marginalization. The case I present here concern people of Eritrean origin who have spent most of their life in Italy, now are more than 60 years old and are approaching retirement or are already retired. Many of them were women who worked, as I said, as a domestic workers, but there were also men, some of which had a successful trajectory and now owns the many Eritrean restaurants concentrated in the central and rich neighborhood of Porta Venezia. In other terms, it is a highly differentiated community where you can find elders that experience very different conditions and elaborate very different meanings of aging and vulnerability. Many old women I met who have worked for years as domestic workers were among those who did not achieve, as I said, the socially accepted markers of a successful aging and struggled a lot to make ends meet. I quote the example of Marianne. She was born in 1944 near the border with Sudan. Her parents worked in the cultivation of cotton for the Italians during colonial period. Thanks to her father's contact with some Italians, she managed to emigrate in Italy in the 70s and worked as a maid for a rich family in Milan for 15 years. But without a formal and legal contract, then she changed employers and continued to work until retirement in 2010. She was not married, she had no children, and she lives alone with a pension of around 900 euros, since her first employers didn't pay her social security contribution. When I asked her about the meanings of vulnerability, she answered, and I quote, "It means being alone and not having children and grandchildren who love you and help you. When you are young, you have other things to think about, and you think you will be fine when you will be old. You think you can rest, and instead you never rest if you are alone. If I could go back, I would marry, but I used to say, I have to work, and then it was too late. And now I have no one with me." Mariam had lost many of his family connections in Eritrea. Given her salary, she was not able to send remittances, and she had serious health problems. Going back even for a period for her was not an option. Indeed, the last time she visited Eritrea was 20 years ago. Miriam was not able to achieve the models of a successful aging, and her condition is shared by many of the former housemates I met and who have not been able to marry and have children. Miriam blamed their past working condition and the fact of having been exploited by her Italian employers, by the Eritrean government, and also by her family networks in Eritrea that continued to consider her only as a source of remittances. As other elderly women I met, she complained that all these actors forgot them once they were not more productive. And this fear of being forgotten was a substantial part of their narrative of aging and vulnerability, as it was the deep sense of loneliness and social exclusion. Their much-hated loneliness was for them a silent space filled with regrets and bittersweet memories. But it was also a space in which to reconsider critically the social, economical, and political forces that led them into exploitation, a condition that they actively tried to overcome by forging new social relations and by reframing what it means to become an elder in the diaspora. Many of them, Mariam included, cultivated a network of few but important friendly relations among themselves and also with lonely Italian retired women living in similar conditions. They helped each other to go shopping, for example, to do medical visits, to spend the long hours of empty days. As Mariam said, luckily, I have this friend living nearby. She's Italian, she has my age, and she's alone like me. We check every day if you are still alive. It is our loneliness that made us friends. We discovered to have much in common, even if I come from Eritrea and she comes from Italy. Loneliness made us similar under many points of view, and we spend our time discussing the many reasons why we found ourselves in this condition. I felt that these words were important as long as they testified not only the agency of these women, but also because they framed their condition of isolation as a platform over which it was potentially possible to forge new links and new social relations and elaborate powerful criticism against the power structures that informed their life trajectories. I conclude by saying that intersectionality and the analysis of different life trajectories allow us to explore how important social capital is for elder members of the diaspora, but not only, in order to try to overcome vulnerability. But also how this social capital strongly depends on the labor condition you experienced during your own migratory trajectory. In the case of former domestic workers like Mariam is a good example of that. Vulnerability for them was a synonym of loneliness and isolation, immobility and regret, condition that they faced trying to create new relations and elaborating strong criticism toward the political and economic dynamics that intersected to produce and reproduce the social marginalization, a condition that is often shared by other non-migrant elders, and that is often forgotten in the constant state of emergency that shapes the current narrative of migration. Thank you very much.
Professor Gardini, excellent, thank you so much. I just like very quickly, if you can you stay a little bit longer? Because we have this urgency.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. So just few ideas. So you stressed many times on intersectionality, and then you pointed at one point on the care system, marginalization, social exclusion, and loneliness, and all this that we can say that they are elements of this vulnerability. We will come to the questions, but Dr. Vanella is really in a hurry, so thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you very much, Dr. Vanella, for accepting my invitation. I know that it's a very short time, and I really appreciate, because we do want to have people who well, who know something about how it works in practice. So Dr. Vanella is from SPRAR, Pavia SPRAR. Yes, Pavia SPRAR, and is going to talk about hidden vulnerability.
Yeah.
So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. And many thanks for the invitation. May I share my screen?
Sure, absolutely. You can, you know how.
Yeah. Okay.
It will come.
Okay, today I will talk about the hidden vulnerabilities in the Italian reception system, and in particular, I will describe the situation of the reception centers in which I have been working for several years as a legal advisor. We will talk about these hidden vulnerabilities, and you will understand why hidden. One city, two different reception systems. The city obviously is Pavia, and the reception systems are CAS, acronym for Extraordinary Reception Center. The system was created by Article 11 of Legislative Decree number 142/2015. The system is reserved for asylum seekers who mainly receive material reception. We could say board and lodging. They were created to provide for the lack of places in the ordinary reception facilities in the event of large and close arrivals of asylum seekers. These structures are identified by the prefectures in agreement with cooperatives, associations, and the hotel structures. The stay should be limited to the time strictly necessary for the transfer to the second reception facilities, but in most cases, this transfer never takes place. The second reception system is SPRAR. You know, there are many names for this system because we had so many governments in these years, and everyone gave his name to this system. But this is the acronym for Reception and Integration System, also said second reception. The system was created by law number 189 in 2002, better known as the Bossi-Fini law. The system is reserved for two categories of migrants. Asylum seekers, and they have a material reception, health and social care, Italian language courses, linguistic cultural mediation, orientation and orientation to local services, and legal orientation. That's my job. The second category is a foreigner holding a residence permit for international or national protection. They have access to all previous services, but in plus we have job orientation and professional training. Second reception, the so-called second reception is structured in the three categories of reception centers, which offer their services to MSNA, acronym for unaccompanied foreign minors, vulnerable subject, and ordinary subject. The structure in which I work host only ordinary subject, but only on paper. And now I will explain why only on paper and why we are talking about hidden vulnerabilities. Analyzing the last 4 years, 2017 to 2020, we can see that 165 people were hosted, and among these, the vulnerable case were 35. In these years, we met every kind of vulnerability: disabled people, elderly people, pregnant women, single parents with minor children, persons who have been subjected to torture, rape, or other serious form of psychological, physical, or sexual violence. The data I am about to list all concern cases of vulnerabilities certified by our health authorities. So you need to consider that there is really a word under this level. What I'm going to tell is what is certified, but what is not certified is a very big C. So that's these are the data. Minors with certified disabilities, 5. Women with psychiatric disorders, 3. Men with psychiatric disorders, 10. Women with other vulnerabilities, and we have more or less all the vulnerability that I was talking about. Pregnant women, single parents with minor children, persons who have been subjected to torture, rape, or serious form of psychological, physical, or sexual violence. 5 women of this category. Elderly and disabled men, 1. Disabled men, 2. Men with health problem, 8. In these problems, we find disability, HIV, or diabetes. We are doing our best, but over the past 7 years, Italy has had 5 governments, and at times we have had the feeling that the aim was to destroy the reception system. Minniti Decree number 13, 2017, Salvini Decree number 113, 2018. Now that for the moment the resources are back, we can do a better job for reception and integration, but it's still too difficult to direct vulnerable subjects to the centers dedicated to them. In any case, 6 or 7 years of reception would make anyone vulnerable. Also considering the timing of justice. For example, court hearings scheduled for 2025. It's a very long time. Anyone is going to go crazy in a place where your life never starts. You are waiting for something and you really go crazy. I would like to end my speech talking about the third reception. I'm so happy that about 1 year ago, I found with some friend that works in the same field that I work for, the Pavia office of Refugees Welcome International. So we have Refugees Welcome International was born in 2014. In Italy was born in 2015, and in Pavia we were born in 2020. Refugees Welcome is an international organization born in Berlin in 2014 and now active in 15 countries that offers a new model of reception. Hospitality in the family can be a very important moment for the refugee to achieve full autonomy. Time is running out, so I invite everyone interested in our initiatives to visit the official website or to contact me personally. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, this was exactly, as I said, 10 or 15 minutes. Thank you very much, Luigi, for being with us, that you accepted. I really underline this willingness of people who want to contribute, that they don't make this difficult. So you are very precious for us in the sense that we will contact you certainly. There is maybe, but I can't promise at this moment, but it might be a possibility in the future that we will do a collective contribution as a publication. I don't promise, because I have piles of things that I have to do before. So, but it would be a very interesting thing, and I hope that at one point I would be able to collect this from you, but then I will write to you as well. And please stay with in touch, because we are very much interested in your work, in all kinds of. Maybe next time the topic would be different, but we will still want to have you here. So thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So happy to be here.
You could at one point to give us your PowerPoint, if you can.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So thank you so much. Any questions to just before you go? Any questions to Luigi? Sorry if I can, to Dr. Vanella. Any questions to Dr. Vanella? Everybody is shy. I don't know, because we have a little bit a different audience this afternoon, and they start at the beginning, they were shy in the morning, and then they have become talkative. But okay, so Luigi, thank you very much. It was really interesting, and we want you in this work and in this platform. Thank you so much. So yes, so questions. So where is Antonina and Simone? Do we have any questions about children best interest, about Zampa law? I did say the very shortly those comments. Where I have this.
Yes.
I would have.
Can respond.
Right. So so for Simone, I would see. I would ask him. So, what sort of reforms should we undergo at in the European level, in the European Union, to change this perception from child more conceived as a migrant, so in the head of somebody, an adult, rather than emphasizing that this is a child and needs to be addressed in the completely different way. Was I clear enough?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's clear, Katarzyna, but unfortunately or fortunately, I don't know, I'm not a politician, and normally historians tend also to stay away from questions concerning the present times. So I do not have indeed an answer to your question. I don't know how the European Union could improve its legislation in order to consider child migrants more as children than as migrants. I know, however, that in the history of the European Union and in the history of Europe, especially after the 70s, when the member states of the European communities decided to stop labor immigration and to strengthen reunification of migrant families, the question of children became one of the most important issues concerning the European Union. And until the numbers were quite small, and until, more importantly, the children were essentially the children of the workers that had immigrated, this was a problem that was quite manageable for the member states of the European community and later the European Union. Starting from the 90s, this question became more and more difficult to be addressed, because the phenomenon, as also Antonina said, the phenomenon of unaccompanied children, of course, is posing a challenge to the European Union and its members. Because at the moment in time, the question is no longer to provide services to people that has already a family, but to provide services, benefits, rights to people that have no families, and to people that is arriving in large numbers. So nowadays the problem is to find a compromise, and in this sense, probably the concept of child best interest has to be rethought. There is the need to find a sort of reconciliation, a sort of combination between many interests, many considerations, and many values. Because the phenomenon is assuming a size, a proportion, and also a political relevance that need to be addressed and in a broader context that bring together many interests and many considerations. So I do not know how the European Union has to deal with it, but I'm sure that only at European level this question can be addressed, and that the question of children, the question of the best interest of the children has to be solved in a broader political context that takes into account many variables, many factors.
Right. So what I say, thank you very much for this, and really important, because, you know, well, I would say that exactly, you said that it was since 1990 is exactly when the European Union has become a union and not economic community. So European community wanted to become a political union. So if it wanted to become political union, it should assume, well, whatever the sort of the goals might be for political union. I think that here children, and in the same time, I can say that as an example of people in pandemic, well, they should be protected within this political union, if you want to become a political union. Because, as I said, just in relation to pandemic, we can say that we have heard for many years that European citizenship is a fundamental status of every citizen in the EU. Well, but what does it mean? Does it mean that it's also to be within the EU is also, well, to die sooner, because we don't have vaccines, we are delayed, and this is a provocation, but I'm not going any further. But it's a little bit about this. We become political union, so we should protect children, and we should know what it entails. Okay, Antonina, my questions were, anybody wants the question? What protection in asylum? What protection in custody? Okay, and how about right to education? All this within Zampa law. You need microphone. Can she hear me? Microphone. Microphone. We can't hear you.
Ah, okay.
Okay, now.
In between, I can share this slide with us that I prepare for. Do you see?
Yeah, we do.
Is a monitoring of Ministry of Labor and Social Policies. And they show that in Italy is the door of Mediterranean ports, and especially Sicily. And Italy have a politic very important for instruction of minors. And but the problem is that the other countries don't do what necessary for migrant, and Italian people is alone in this situation. During the crisis, in this period, also many Italian minors are in period of very difficult, because many Italian minors are without adequate instruction, and this period many politics like Salvini come si dice come si I don't
what do you want to say? I might not know, but if I know, what's the Italian word? What's the Italian?
Exploit this desperation of many Italian to put against Italian with the migrants, and so it is a difficult period, because also Italian children are without adequate instruction, because there are few there are very there is a difficulty to with internet to do adequate instruction, education to minors, and so also diciamo migrant minors are reason of this period of crisis. But Italy is one of a few countries of Europe to have a law for minor for their vulnerability. And but in Europe there aren't policies that offer to minors adequate legal protection as like Italy. For me, and so I think that Italy have a good policy in this sense for minors.
Yes, absolutely. The example law is is exemplary, we can say, but we should look at implementation and the cost of this, how much it's going to cost, and if Italy is able to implement this in the right way. So this is a different issue. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Antonina. Really kind of you. Shall we Professor Morone, are we still okay with the question to Professor Gardini?
I'm fine, no question.
Is it okay?
Yeah.
So
yeah, okay, you can follow. Yeah, of course.
Yes. So Antonina, you if you can just finish with the slides, because like this I can see.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
And allora, this is the last monthly monitoring on the status of an accompanied foreign minor, and show that in Italian soil there are many unaccompanied foreign minors, and especially from sorry, aspetta, allora, Bangladesh, Tunisia, Albania, Egypt, and Pakistan. My region, Sicily, is the region where there are few minor unaccompanied foreign minor, and because it's the door of a Mediterranean port. In December, you can see that in the period, in the COVID crisis, there are 3,860 new reports are entering to the Italian territory, and from Tunisia, Egypt, Afghanistan. And this is the link where you can find this monitoring.
Could you share with us, can you send me at one point your slides?
Yes, certainly.
Because I told you that I'm planning to do something with this, but I prefer not to promise before. So now if you could take these slides like this, I can see the audience, because I have the slides on this.
Okay,
yeah, you need to close this, share the screen.
Okay. Of course.
Yes, because otherwise I don't see anybody. Thank you very much. It was very, very important. So, Professor Gardini, anybody has questions for Professor Gardini, and you very much in line what we are going to do later on, because we are going to talk about women, and mainly in relation to this intersectionality, because women themselves are not protected. They need to have another, well, either being pregnant and or being elderly and so on. So anybody has a question for Professor Gardini? I find this very fascinating, but I have been teaching labor law for 16 years. So I have some sort of in my head as a labor lawyer. Any question for Professor Gardini? I want to know more about intersectionality.
Yes.
I don't think that.
Can I?
Yes. Sorry.
Yes, somebody, yes.
I was answering Professor Caterzini.
No,
I'm
okay,
sorry.
Okay, I'm sitting here, not going. Okay.
No, sorry to interrupt, but sometimes during the day I was able to follow the speech, and especially Marco Gardini. I found really interesting your speech, because for our services, Restoring Family Links, sometimes also the link and the contacts with the diaspora community is really important, and this is something we would like to improve, especially with the diaspora communities in Italy, because for us, more than the institutional channels, sometimes are the right link to collect all the information on missing person. So I would like to know from your experience, from your experience, if you know something more about different diaspora community in Italy, for example, which kind of communities you know on our territory, let me say, to reach all these communities, to let them know about also the Restoring Family Links, so the possibility to receive a support also in terms of clarify sometimes the fate of the people missing, or to restore contact with family members or community of origin. So I don't know if you register something similar in your experience or in your studies in general. Thank you.
Just can I just say, if you agree, but please do send me a message if you don't, so because I can share your emails, but then send to my email that you don't agree. If you don't agree, if you don't send anything, I can exchange your emails on this platform.
Thank you.
And sorry for
Federica, thank you for your question. I mainly worked with the Eritrean and Senegalese diasporas in Lombardia, but I think it's relatively easy to establish connection with the diasporas because at least the African diaspora, I don't know the other diasporas, but because there are plenty of associations which are very well organized, that works very well in the Italian territory, which are organized under different criteria. They can be regional criteria, religious criteria, and so on and so forth. And I do think that if the need is to try to establish this kind of link in order to get or facilitate the work of finding missing person or recreating particular links, this is a good way to, and I think that at least my experience, they will be very happy to contribute, because if it is a problem, it is a problem also for them. First and foremost, I think. And regarding intersectionality, I don't think that intersectionality must become the magic wand that solve every kind of theoretical problem we have when facing vulnerability. I think it's an important tool. I think it's a wonderful instrument in order to complexifying the issue and to understand that there is not a vulnerable group, but there are many forms of vulnerabilities, and every group that we consider is internally differentiated, which in some ways also help us to go beyond the victimizing, a victimizing perspective of this group and people, and it helps us to underline their agency. But the risk, there is one risk in every, I think, good theoretical tools. There are risks and opportunities. One risk is that it is somehow objectifying, because it means to consider if and how people consider themselves vulnerable, and under what criteria. It is quite an objective criteria. It gives, okay, it is a woman, it is disabled, it is a migrant, he has a black skin, so it is vulnerable because he is at the intersection of different forms of social differentiation, and so on and so forth, which is not at the end of the research. It must be the starting point of the research. I mean, and the next step is to go and ask him, her, if and how and in what terms he feels, she feels vulnerable, and to what it feels vulnerable, and which I think it complicates further the question. I mean, at least for an anthropologist. I mean,
right. So if I can say, but obviously my point of view is a legal point of view. So for instance, I think that Europe does not really address intersectionality to the level that it is done in the US. Because I taught in the US discrimination law, and there really, well, the issue of intersectionality is really important. So the Equality Act 2010, the UK Act, addresses intersectionality only in relation to disabled people. So and the EU finally does not address intersectionality, divides this into categories, and And that's it. And exactly this is what we discussed since 9 o'clock in the morning, that it's not that much important what is in the definition, but what is not. And this is a problem. Professor Morone, first of all, I should say, so I should introduce Professor Morone. Professor Morone is not, is historian, but he's absolutely not the first historian, because Simone Paoli was a historian and he said, I'm the only historian. I said, you are not. And I think that Professor Morone has a very interesting topic in relation to the current pandemic, because finally, we could have had this conference on vulnerability in times of pandemic. It would be very recent and very sort of up-to-date idea. But I wanted to have this white, because when it's white, we can use those elements for many other purposes. Professor Morone, floor is yours, and I do apologize for the delay.
No problem. Thank you so much, Professor Gromek. And I would like to thank you so much for inviting me and for organizing this very beautiful conference. And above all, I would like to say my compliments because you are winning the Jean Monnet, that is very highly competitive, project in the European Union. And so I think that so I'm very proud to be here to participate in this conference, but also because this Jean Monnet will be in our department for the next 3 years. And I think that will be a very fruitful program for not only for the staff, but also for the students. So thank you so much again. I would like just to spend a couple of words about this idea of the genealogy of the containment policies. Of course, when you look at when you are considering vulnerable groups, we have also to consider the European policies about containment of the migrants. I'm starting, so I taking for granted the starting point that the containment policies are producing vulnerable peoples. They are not solving the problem, but in actuality, they are, they make more complex all the framework. So in my field of research is above all Libya, and so Libya is in my mind when I speaking about containment policies. I was able to do in my field in Libya during the last more or less 10 years, and my talk is coming from my experience in Libya. In my understanding, the containments of migrants, the policies of containments of migrants is like a circle. In my understanding, we can speak about a circle of containment when this circle can be described in 3 different and very interconnected stages. The first stage is, of course, halting the migrants at sea when they trying to reach the Italian or European coastline. The containment policy is trying to stop the migrants at sea. Of course, and then to push back the migrants to the Libya or basically to the African coastline. But it's not just this. I think that is the most visible part of this cycle of containment. In actuality, there is also another part of this, another stage of this circle that is not visible or is less visible, and this is when the migrants are interned are getting imprisoned in Libya in many detention facilities that is is something that is very different from the dynamic of encampment or self-encampment from the side of the smugglers, of traffickers of migrants. These policies of internment are related to public institution, Libyan public institution, but also to the Italian and European public institution. And the third stage is the final attempt to deport and relocate the migrants from Libya to their home countries, in basically out of Libya, more southwards. This is something that I'm sure all the people know very well. My point is discussing the historical origin or the historical antecedent of this cycle of containment. And in this regard, I pick up just a couple of points very quickly. The first one is the point that is related to the space where the cycle of containment is working. As I already said, the containment policy is working not only at sea, but also on the ground in Libya. And working on the ground, in reality, the containment policies are dividing the Libyan space in two, and we can clearly identify a useful Libya, that is the part of Libya where the migrants are working and are relatively low contained in the strip of the coastline. So basically the strip of Libya where there is the big cities, where the migrants are useful for the informal economy of Libya. And there is another part of Libya, basically the southern region of Libya, the desert of Libya, where the most important part of migrants are put in jail. This division between useful and less useful Libya in regards of the migrants, I think that could be put in relation with the history of the Italian colonialism in Libya, when Italy was dividing the former Libyan colony in two. So the northern part that was becoming in reality part of the motherland. So the northern part of Libya became Italy, at least. And the other part of the region that was basically under the Italian military control. And if you look at this divide in the history of the Italian colony in Libya, you can see that there is a sort of phantom border that is re-emerging in nowadays Libya, between the desert, the southern part, and the northern part. And of course, the concept of phantom border is something that is linked to the history. The notion of phantom border is something that is very closely related to the history and the visibility of the history. It basically is a border that is not more legally bounding, but is something that is very important to understand the identity of people and societies. Even this border is also an internal border in the Libyan society between, between the northern Libyans and the southern Libyans, and in relation with the issue of course, the racial identities of Libyans. Let me say the black and white Libyans. That is something that is very relevant in the contemporary Libyan society. But the second point that I would like to address very quickly is that this idea of contain the migrants is not something very new in the history of relation between Italy and Africa, or we also can say between Europe and Africa. In reality, the containment policies and this idea to push back migrants to Africa, towards Africa, is something that was already on the table when the very first African migrants came to the Italian coastline at the end of the Second World War, when the Italian colonial empire was fading down, and the new African countries was rising. So in this at this time, during the 40s, there was a lot of migrants, several migrants that trying to come from basically Libya and Eritrea. They tried to come to Italy, basically looking for a better life, and also to try to reshape the colonial relation between Africans and Italians. And when they come in Italy, and they come basically in an undocumented way, the reaction from the, at that time, government of Italy was more or less the same than the present policies of containment. Those Africans basically were, at the first time, were put in some containment building, basically military bases, and then at the very beginning of the 50s, they were deported in Africa. In my understanding, these policies of containment that were elaborated at the very beginning of the Italian Republic is something that was still working on the maybe in the background of the Italian society and the Italian politics. And for this reason, I think that could be interesting and important to remember that this idea to contain migrants and to push back migrants towards Africa is not something new that just come up in the last 20 years, but is something that is very rooted, not only in the history and the perception of the Italian colonial history, but is rooted in some specific policies that was already on the table, that was already working at the end of the Second World War and at the beginning of the history of the Italian Republic. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I should not ask the questions historians, because previously I did, and right. But what I got here, I got, well, tell me if I got it right. So I had this idea that the state actors already in migration create vulnerability by discriminating between migrants, for instance, those in jail, those somewhere else. So there is first, second category. So this is something that Emanuela and Valentina, who left, they also said that finally vulnerability is born, not always, but very often is born already in migration. And as I said about those state actors, that obviously in different, very often non-democratic regimes, this is created by the state actors. What do you think, Professor Morone?
Yes, of course. I think that, I can add just one point, that once again, from an historical point of view, basically we can say that also the law was something that was completely organic to the colonial plans. the law was a discipline that was very relevant in shaping the colonial world. And if you take in our mind this starting point, of course, the situation today, of course, is very different. But once again, the law is not something that is neutral. It's something that could be really, debated, could be really at the center of the social conflict between people that basically they coming in Italy just for asking rights, and on the other side the state actors, but not only in reality European state actors, but also African state actors are not welcoming so much the quest for rights from the migrants, basically African migrants above all. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. So what I got here, and this is a very important point, that the law in itself was through, history, discriminatory in itself. And here again, I refer to the discourse of Valentina, who said vulnerability was a push factor. So if the law was discriminatory in itself, obviously vulnerability was a push factor. Thank you very much. Very interesting, a different perspective, and really appreciate that you could make it. Now I'm coming to Professor Juliana. I'm terribly sorry that it's a little bit late for you, but you said that it didn't matter if it's late. So
okay.
you were staying here from the beginning. I have seen you, so thank you very much. Because
I moved a little bit because I had to do, but yes.
Yeah, I've seen you from the beginning. So first of all, as Professor Morone said about Jean Monnet, I just wanted to say that I'm absolutely not the only one to congratulate, and probably Simone was another. Where is Simone? I think that he gave his talk and he disappeared, but he's Professor Juliana and Simone from Pisa, who is a historian. They are. Well, we are three of us of Jean Monnet in different areas. We will hear in which area, and this was also an opportunity to create this platform. So, as I said, I have encountered two sort of problems. First of all, I have encountered that not everybody was so willing to participate, which I feel that it's really pity, because we all have something to say from different perspectives, and it's not a problem. It's exactly like this. We can have some ideas, and if we manage to have a book out of this, you will see those different perspectives. And the second issue was also something that I didn't really expect, but I'm telling you about this because it was the language. I did not realize that many of the Jean Monnet holders, they did not speak English at all. So it was an idea, but I had an idea, and I did this with our last speaker. So there is Professor Juliana. No, we are four. I'm sorry, terribly sorry. So Professor Juliana, Simone, and Professor Zahir. I have forgotten his second name. Hadibi, I think, but this is the only word that I know in Arabic. But right. So yes, Hadibi, and Professor Hadibi could not deliver this in English. He wanted in French. He deals with migrants and access to education. So I will come when we come to him. I will just tell you more about this, but finally we are not 3, we are 4, and I congratulate to those 3. Simone is here. Congratulate them, because yes, sometimes it's not so it's important. I think it's important to create this platform and exchange our ideas, different ideas, because the projects are not similar. So I imagine that where is Professor Juliana? So Juliana, first of all, she was she didn't make any problems. She was enthusiastic, and this is I really want to underline, because when you try to organize a big event, is important. Yeah, we have different projects, so I perfectly understand we not perfectly fit, but we can address something, and this is very important. So Professor Juliana has a project. I imagine her project, she put it me somewhere, that it was something on women, and I forced her a little bit to lean towards, because women alone are not considered in sense of EU definition in the CS system as vulnerable groups. This is exactly when a friend to me, I said, it's about the elderly women, and he said, women is discriminatory towards men. So it's not completely about women, but if they have some other characteristics. So Professor Juliana is from University of Tirana, and she is going to talk, her Jean Monnet module is EU integration and promotion of human rights in Albania, and she's going to talk about women with some other characteristics that are vulnerable, so from trafficking to integration. So thank you very much, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Bloemen-Roos. Thank you for the kind invitation and the truly interesting conference you organized. Well, I wanted to speak about Albanian women immigrants and some of the challenges that they have faced during different phases, striving for their full integration into the Italian society. First of all, yes, I accept what I fully understand and accept what you said. Women are not to be considered a vulnerable group. That is debatable in some cases, but of course we'll see that when we speak about Albanian women immigrants, their background and their pull factors, for example, make them extremely vulnerable groups. Then in my presentation, I will try to take account about some of the difficulties regarding the Albanian immigrant women depiction, framing, and perception in the Italian media, which made really difficult for them this road towards integration. I'm fully aware that the story about Albanian women immigrants is the least actual case among those that were depicted today. But in this case, we maybe do have the relative distancing to draw a few reflections about this experience. Well, shortly, the problem facing Albanian women integrations is in accordance with the different Albanian waves of immigration since 1990. Each of these waves represented very different pull factors towards immigration. The first wave in 1991 regarding the regime change, extreme political confrontation, and of course the extreme economic deprivation. So this was the most acute and difficult time facing women immigrants. The second one regarded the financial crisis and civil disorders of 1997 as a consequence of the financial collapse in Albania. Then there was the consequences of the 1999 Kosovo war, while since the 2000, the Albanian immigration is considered mostly a success story, even regarding women, and we will see the data backing that. The demographic features of the Albanian immigration and the Albanian female immigration do coincide with these different waves. As I explained, the first part in the mid-90s was mostly represented by young, single, and male migrant population. In this period, a very dramatic, very dramatic trafficking stories of the Albanian women began. I will speak just now about that. In the 2000s, in control tendency, the gender balance gradually is achieved as a result of the periodic reunification visas policy. Then we will speak about the Italian legal system in this case. As we're speaking, the average Albanian immigrant women ages of 32 years is slightly under the average immigrant women of non-EU countries. 62% of them do hold a secondary education degree and are mostly engaged in low-paid domestic work. Albanian women are not considered even actually very among the preferential nationalities to do domestic work, but we'll explain that after. Most of them, especially those of 40 years and more, do have a good knowledge of Italian culture. That is something debatable because that it's not always coinciding with the reality of Italian society. Albanians tend even now to have very unrealistic depiction from the media regarding Italy. The tradition of the Albanian families regarding this woman is that of a very male-dominated and patriarchal society. But on the other side, we do have a very strong tradition of religious tolerance and even cultural assimilation striving. Regarding the most vulnerable among Albanian female immigration populations. This regards especially the years between 1994 and 1998, where a number of Albanian women were exploited and sexually exploited into the Albanian trafficking model. In different studies, the Albanian trafficking model is explained as having different characteristics, for example, from the Albanian, Nigerian, or Romanian or Moldavian trafficking model. In this case, the coercion is exercised by the exploiter on the woman and is very, very strong, abusive, and violent. These women had a very low level of autonomy, even compared with women, the trafficked women of other nationalities. the Albanian women were mostly exploited, not directly. They were not abducted. Most of them were just coerced by promising them a marriage, which is very characteristic in the most patriarchal societies, like Albania was. I prefer to say was. They were mostly deceived with the promise of this marriage, and more than 60% of the trafficked girls, were minors, less than 18 years old. Starting from the second half of the 2000s, there has been, on the one hand, significant changes in the traditional trafficking systems, and on the other, the emergence of new national groups. Also, due to the high levels of violence exercised, this Albanian trafficking system has substantially imploded, resulting in the progressive reduction in the number of trafficked Albanian women. The Albanian criminal groups, with the connivance of local Italian groups, have therefore dedicated themselves to the recruitment with of other girls, girls of other nationalities, for example, Moldavian or Romanian or North African girls. And at the same time, they have modified the methods of managing prostitution. For example, by not anymore deceiving the girls with the promise of a marriage, but by deceiving them with the promise of working contract. Albanian women, since the 2000s, because of a number of reasons, were the second group touched by the application of Article 18 in Italy, and most of them were able to gain residence permit for social protection reasons. Almost 500 girls in 2001 were able to collaborate with the Italian policy forces, and that represented 11 to 14% of all of the permits given for social protection measures. Another, for me, reason to regard Albanian women immigrants in the 90s, during the 90s, as a vulnerable group was their depiction and framing in the Italian media. That made impossible for them to even try to have a normal life or to integrate into the workforce or even continue their studies and social life normally. This depiction and media representation was, of course, more present in certain nationalistic and extreme right groups, but it gained force into the mainstream media even. During the mid-90s, Albania was depicted as just a corrupt country, which it was, or is, but it was depicted as only source of crime and prostitution, and considered just security or moral threat in the case of the stereotype of the Albanian women as just prostitute or sex worker. For example, in 1997, during the civilian and political unrest in Albania, a very popular television program with the peak watching numbers represented Albania in a dedicated dedicated programmation of it, entitled Strishala Berisha. Well, the name maybe makes you think about humorous depiction of our political leaders, but it was not them. It was full of stereotyping and stereotypes, especially about Albanian women, represented as just sex workers, and nobody questioned the problematic of having such a transmission during that peak time in very well-known media. From the 2000s, for a number of factors, there were changes in the trafficking networks, and the stereotype began to break. First of all, we can see that in the evolving of the demographic structure. After a number of laws during the 90s and until 2002, Albanian families were able to be brought together. So the demographic structure began to be more similar of that of the Italian family structure. There were a number of intermarriages. Of course, among the intermarriages with, there are more marriages regarding an Albanian woman and an Italian man than the other way around, but the median data are less than those of other non-EU immigrant populations, for example. It's interesting that among the persons graduated in Italian universities, 18% of them were of Albanian nationality, and among the graduated numbers, 53% of those were women, young women, as a sign of this change in the data of integration. A very interesting happening in the 2000s were the rise of Islamophobia, especially after 2001 or 9/11, which you would expect to regard even the Albanian population, which is by far mostly Muslim population, but it didn't. In a certain sense, the rise of Islamophobia, though for a very irrelevant happening, helped Albanian people integrate, as they came from a society which is very, very non-religious in mostly, or has a tradition of religious coexistence and tolerance. Albanian women are not, didn't coincide in this case with the stereotype of the Muslim women, which became the target of stereotyping and bad representation in the media or by political extreme factors. Since the 2000s, also the Albania itself did sign some progress in its integration process. We gained the visa liberalization, so all these factors contributed into perceiving less stigma among the Albanian migrant female population. Regarding the occupation index, it's interesting that during the legalization process, the Albanian women were the driving force in this process by legalizing even their husbands or other members of the families, and that was especially true for those working in the care of old people or the nurses. Albania and Italy have some collaboration agreements, which made possible for the Albanian graduated nurses to come legally and work in Italy. That was also a very important factor. Also, something that heavily helped Albanian women immigrants integrate or ex-traffic persons integrate in Italian or back in Albanian society, were the very vivid net of women associations in Italy. Actually, as we're speaking, there are 62 associations of Albanian women in the Italian territory. Most of them work to encourage the integration of Albanian women in the Italian society, to promote and raise awareness about the two cultures, and to promote the different interaction comparison dynamics between these cultures. I must say that something that made me really reflect, also although it's an integration not for the best of reasons, is last time I checked, two Albanian nationals, both women, were campaigning for a political force that in the 90s wanted every Albanian immigrant felt. Of course, it's something we can talk about. It's kind of internalized racism in some cases, and of course, it has to be searched and it has to be seen more into it. But of course, it's data regarding integration. The second case was a very successful project named for a new image of the Albanian women, which was directed and conducted very successfully in the last 5 years by two Albanian teachers, both women, operating on both sides of the Adriatic. If I had to make a few remarks, some of the factors that contributed to a rapid integration and an immigration relatively successful story, as that of the case of the Albanian immigrant and trafficked woman, had to do with of course, in some cases, intergovernmental agreements and policies, the natural progress to Albania and the Albanian different governments toward the path of EU integration, some kind of anticipatory assimilation, as we call it, and it has to do with some psychological and cultural features of Albania. Then the work of migrant organizations and grassroots organizations raised in general, and last but not least, the lessening of stigma as a consequence of new migrant group arrivals. So maybe if we question ourselves what happened, where are the Albanians? Why don't we continue to see the stigma and generalized stereotypes of immigrant women in the media? Well, that's because, unfortunately, new waves of migrants group have been given that unfortunate place and role. Okay, it's just the beginning of a way of seeing this problematic. I thank you all for the attention and wish you well for the continuing of the conference.
Thank you, so much. Very, very interesting. Well, not to monopolize the discussion. Any questions first from the audience, and then any Professor Forlani, are you in a hurry? Professor Forlani? He was.
I was talking, but I forgot to switch
on.
No,
I'm just asking
the microphone.
If you hurry, or we can address few questions.
Okay. Sorry, can you repeat, because I cannot.
My question is, can we still address a few questions?
Yes, for sure. Yes, for sure. Sorry.
Sorry. I just wanted to know.
Because I'm hearing you, and I'm hearing also my kid that is screaming. And
I understand.
So
a few seconds, and we will be with you. Okay.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah.
So, any questions to Professor Giuliana Marco? Professor Giuliana Marco, how you pronounce the second part of your name?
Marco.
No, but the second, Ginko.
Ah, Ginko. Doesn't matter. It's my husband's surname. I don't care.
No. There is no problem. Any questions? Because I have two.
Okay.
But I'm just asking if somebody else may be right. So the first question concerns when you talk about rise of Islamophobia and impact on vulnerability. You mean the rise of Islamophobia in Italy or in Albania?
Italy.
In Italy, okay. No, because you addressed this, but
yeah.
But do you have some statistics? Because I'm not so familiar.
Yes.
Statistics, what I'm saying. So how the society in Albania is divided. So well, so it's predominantly
Muslim. It's according to the last census, it's 58% Muslim, then it's 10% Catholics, 5.8 Greek Orthodox, Christian Orthodox. Then there are a certain percentage of Albanian nationals which declare themselves atheistic.
And I imply, but tell me if I'm wrong, that those who come to Italy, especially for the lower range job, they are from
Islam. They are mostly from Muslim background. Yes, absolutely, but it's a kind of very, very moderate Islam.
Okay. No. It's just I just wanted to understand that finally those who are coming are mostly, not all, but mostly. Yeah. Right. The second issue, which this is a discussion that because what I would not agree with something, but you can tell me that I'm wrong, because you are talking about this anticipatory assimilation.
Yes.
So first, I would like to know what you want to mean by.
Yes, of course.
Answer. I can tell you. I can tell you that what I don't really like the idea of assimilation, because I don't think that we need to become that. This is what the European Union is about, that we have to allow people to be how they are, and we should not ask them to become something different. If this is not your background, of course, we have to comply with certain rules, but the word I would say, couldn't we say anticipatory integration? No?
Just a moment.
No, I'm asking you. No, this is the question.
No, I fully agree. I would like that. I would prefer very much. But as a matter of fact, the Albanian assimilation paradox has been profusely studied. It's a specific case. Albanian people for 46 years, well, most of them, have lived under a totalitarian dictatorship, of course, and Italia especially Italia, has been perceived by them as the promised land. A promised land of freedom and of well-being, wealth, etc. The Albanians do have some issues with their identity, even with their religious identity. Even they perceive themselves as borderline between two cultures. The Oriental one and the Western one. Of course, for a number of factors, they prefer, mostly the new generations, they prefer to see themselves or to perceive themselves as Western Europeans, which is not exactly the reality, but even our nationalism in 1912 has been founded on our preference for the Western identity in order to escape from the Ottoman rule and that other identity. So it's a problem that does exist within the Albanian society. And in this case, it's very, very interesting because most of Albanian families, for example, I'm speaking about those having being Muslim, do not have a problem to bring their children in Italy in catechism. So,
okay.
Most of them.
Okay, so now your assimilation means something for me, and I'm not discussing. Thank you very much, Juliana. Will you stay with us?
Yes, just half an hour or so.
Oh, yes, because we might have some other questions, but I don't want to, because we're quite late and maybe Professor Forlani has something else to do. So Professor Forlani is again from the University of Pavia, and again here, it's going to be about hired from abroad, so those who are coming to Italy to do, I believe on again from the lower background that well, this is how I understand, but the title might mean maybe something different, but this is how I imply. But very important, very interesting, and really contributing to our discussion. Professor Forlani, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to invite me here. It's very nice that our department won this chair, so I'm very happy to be here. Okay, I'm an economist, so I will provide some sort of economic analysis of the migration phenomena. And sorry, I'm going to, let me move, sorry, the Zoom icons. Okay, I'm going to talk in this discussion, I'm going to talk about the impact of immigration on the fertility choice of native women and the optimal allocation of time between home production and work of native women. Okay, for a sample of developed economies, or in another case for Germany. The main point is that females are more vulnerable than men in the labor market in general, also in the developed economies. So they have a lower participation rate, they are paid lower wages, it's very difficult to them to reconcile household duties and labor, they have fertility choice. Should I have a kid or should I work? I cannot reconcile. And usually these fertility choices are moved, let's say, in the first child, especially in the developed economies, is moved at older ages, both for Germany and also for Italy. I'm not going to provide evidence for Italy, but I'm going to focus more on Germany because I had some data on Germany, and we were with some colleague of mine that lived in Germany. Okay. And then the point is that sometimes these family policies in the developed world do not allow to reconcile family and work for women. So sometimes an help can come from immigrants that came from abroad, and in particular from low-skilled immigrants or female immigrants. I would say the less attractive immigrants. Why less attractive? Because usually developed economies are trying to attract skilled migration. Migrant, let's say, I would say this expression, fancy migrants with PhD, or with a higher education degree, bachelor degree, or that can be educated and be employed in sector with higher wages. So there are different policies, H-1B1 visa in the US, there are green card, blue card in Germany, or there are point-based system in UK, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and so on. So usually, instead, in this case, migration from low-skilled immigrants or people that are used to do poor jobs in our perspective are very useful to allow women, native women, to reconcile labor and family duties. Okay, so on the other hand, the idea is that immigrants are a significant fraction of employees in sectors that provide services to the household. Services to household, I mean child care, house care, keeping, but also some healthcare services to elderly people in the household. Okay, so there are different types of services that can be provided by migrants. These migrants increase the supply of these services, and on the second order effect, reduce also their market price. So it's easier for families to afford these services and allow native women to participate to labor market or to reconcile their aspiration. I mean, I'm not claiming that women are forced to participate to labor market, but they have a choice. They can choose between they can choose freely how much time allocate in the labor market, how much time to allocate in the household activities, assuming that, and where we should use some evidence, that the men are not affected by the availability of these services. Okay, so this effect would induce women to change the decision to allocate how much time allocate in work and how much time allocate in services. And in particular, the main focus of this talk is to understand if this migration, if this service is provided by migrant, can affect the traditional trade-off between fertility and work. So what I mean for the traditional trade-off, I mean that in not only in developing countries, but also in developed economies, there is a negative correlation between number of kids or number of child, or the simple decision to have one kid, and the time spent at work, the decision to work and how much to work. Okay, so just to move quickly, I just to skip all the literature review related to that, but what is interesting is that there is some studies on the relationship between immigration and fertility, especially for the US, because US is more able to provide, there are much more data, and there is evidence that low-skill migration, so when we talk about US, we think about low-skill immigration to the migration of Mexicans, documented and undocumented, that goes from Mexico to the US or from Central America and provides some services to the household. Okay, and so these migration flows are higher. Okay, and in the location where these migration flows are higher, there is the traditional trade-off between work and fertility is reduced. Okay, and in particular for high skill women. Okay, so for women that have a higher level of education. So these women, in some sense, are much more able to pursue their aspirations. So with a higher education, they're also able to, in some sense, to work more and to work more. Okay, in particular to work more. Sorry, I'm just confused. To work more, to provide more working hours. Okay. Okay, and instead in my research, we just focus on a sample of, in one case, we focus on a sample of different countries. Okay, and what we saw is that we make a cross-country comparison between US, Australia, Switzerland, Germany, and UK, and we observed that the amount of a skill migration increase the probability of women to be employed or to work longer hours. In particular, the effect is stronger in the terms of probability to work, to be employed for unskilled women, unskilled native women. So migration, so the services provided by unskilled migrants, services for the household, increase the probability of native women, unskilled native women to be employed, while on the other hand, increase the probability of skilled women, so the women with a higher degree, bachelor degree, let's say, tertiary education, to work for a longer hour. What is very interesting is that the effect is stronger in countries with less supportive family policies. Okay, so in countries where the family policies are not very supportive, this effect of migration or this effect of hired help from abroad help more women to participate to labor market. I would skip technical details here are reported, and let me a second. I have a pencil. Okay, a pencil here just to show to you. So here, just why cannot? No, this is not a PowerPoint, but you can see, I think, the end of the screen here is the effect of migration. So a positive sign next to this number means that migration helps women to work longer hour or to be, sorry, not in this case, just increase the probability of women to work, to be employed. And you may notice that the fact that these women are married or these women as some child in the household decrease their probability to be employed. So the fact that there are child in the household or the simple fact to be married, so or cohabitant or legally married, decrease their probability to be employed. Okay. And on the other hand, the fact that there are some older people in the household, so elderly than 65, increase their probability to be employed. But in this case, there are other results I'm not showing to you that in this case is the fact that this positive effect works only for young women. So we assume that these women, these young women, as in the household, young, let's say, relatively young old people, around 65, between 65 and 70. So people that may help you to reconcile work and family activities. While if you consider other women, the importance of old people in the household became from positive to negative. So the fact that there are old people in the household of relatively old women, so around, sorry if I use this term old, women is not old at the age of 45, but that's the term to differentiate between 45 and 25. So I'm not claiming that a 45 years old woman is old. It's just a differentiation with 25, the age of 25. So in that case, it's very likely that there are the elderly in the household are people that need care. Okay, so and yes, unskilled migration in services are substitute for family points. But let's focus a little bit more on the fertility and in the case of Germany. Okay, we consider women why in the age of 20, 22, 35, because basically these women are out of education, more or less, they are out of the education, and so they are more likely to be employed or not. So they almost finished the education, they are in the fertile age. Okay, so we consider usually in the literature is considered this age bound, 25, 22, 35. Okay, and so women have to choose between work, yes or not, and for how long, and or if, let's say, to have a newborn in the house. Okay, so the idea is that the fact that the immigrants help to decrease these negative correlation between the probability to have a child and the probability to work for longer hours or the probability to be employed. Okay, differently from the previous study, for the previous research, we do not use the share of unskilled migrants, but we use the share of female immigrants in Germany. There is some evidence that most of the women that are immigrants in Germany are unskilled and works in sectors such as household care activities household care, care activities. So they take care of the child, so child care activity, or they take care of the old people with some sort of also health services, or they are employed in sectors such as cleaning. Okay, so housekeeping, pure housekeeping. Okay. Okay, I'm just going quickly through the statistics, and I just move faster to the result. Okay, so here, just to show why we focus on that, because there is a strong problem with Germany in terms here. Sorry, you can see the hand in terms of fertility. So Germany is among the European countries, at least at the time of the study. Now the situation is a little bit changed, because in Germany the family policy has changed let's say in 2009. In 2009, so the last 2 years we saw the effect. So Germany, Italy, so are the countries, Spain or Greece are countries with the lowest fertility rate, so the lower number of child per woman. In SER is not good or not bad, but maybe is true that in Germany is very difficult, such as in Italy, to reconcile fertility and working activities. There are no service. It's not exactly that there are no services, but it's very difficult for a woman in Germany to come back from let's say maternal leave to employment. Okay. And here is what I told you before. Here is the share of women that are employed, of immigrant women employed by production tasks. So the red bar are the women and the blue bar are the men. So, and the number 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are the production tasks, and the data refers to 2010. And it refers obviously to Germany. You can see that most of them are in group 9 and group 5. In group 5, there are childcare or healthcare activities, so employed in this sector. And in group 9, there are elementary occupations such as housekeeping. The other high number is number 3, but in this case also here are included nursing activities, so professional nurse. Okay, and here is how immigrants are let's say, spread across Germany. So most of them are located in the west part of Germany. So especially in Bavaria, Baden-Württemberg, and in the cities. Here is Bremen, and here is Hamburg, and okay, clearly there is Berlin on the east part. Okay. So what is the effect of these female immigrants in terms of household labor market supply? What does it mean? So which is the effect of immigrants in the supply of services that useful for the household activity? So there is a positive effect in the sense that in regions where it's higher the share of female immigrants, where higher is the share of female immigrants, in that region is higher the supply of services such as nurse care services or home care services. Okay, and these results are positive also when we take into account some sort of, for who is confident with the statistics and econometrics, some effect of reverse causality. So that immigrants are locating in regions where there is a higher availability of these services. So this effect is, let me say, we control for this sort of effect. Okay, let's keep all these kind of technicalities and let's focus on the result. Well, so which is the effect of migration? So the effect of migration is that migration allows or increases the probability to have a child for women which has a medium skill level. So in Germany, there are we can consider 3 different skill levels. Medium skill level is women with a professional level of education. Okay, but what is very interesting is that this effect is particularly strong for women in the age 36-35. So women that are close to the end of, sorry this terminology, but to the end of the fertile period. Okay, so they help women to, in some sense, have an additional child if they want. The effect is not I'm not reporting the result, but the effect is not on the first child. So the first child is independent on the availability of the services and so on. So the choice of the first child is related to personal preferences that may be strong or not. Okay, so but instead, in this case, the probability to have a child, and in particular the second or the third child, we call it newborn, okay, is higher in regions where there is a higher availability of these services and where there is a higher share of female migrants. They may help women to work, to have a child. But what is relevant, okay, I told you that for elder women, but, and I think this is the most important result, is that the last 5 minutes, the probability to reconcile fertility and employment or labor activities is higher in regions where there are migrants. What I mean? I mean that in regions where is stronger the share of female immigrants, so in that regions is higher the probability that a women has in the same period both a child and to maintain the employment status, to be or part-time employed or full-time employed, at least for 1 month. Okay, so the presence of migrants help women to, let's say, to reduce this sort of a weakness that they have in the labor market compared to men. And this effect, again, is particularly strong for women at the age of 35, 36, 45. Okay, not younger women, but women that are closer to the end of the fertile period. Okay, and this effect still is also, is another text to say that this effect is relevant for the medium skilled employed women. So migration not only had to work longer hours, does not only to help women to remain employed and at the same time to have a child, an additional child, okay, and help to the household to have an additional child, but help women also to work longer. And in particular, that's what I'm interested in, the presence of migrants reduce the time spent by women in the household activities, okay? So in particular in the family, so in regions where there is a larger share of female immigrants is lower the amount of time spent by women in the childcare or housework activities, okay? So they help really to women to be native women, German women, to be to suffer less by the fact that they have child and they have not the support for cultural reason, they have not the support from the male. Okay, and what is interesting is that the fact that there are immigrants in the region does not affect in any case the role of migrants. It's not the role of men in the family. So if there are more female migrants, men does not work anymore. They are not affected. So it suggests that native men are not affected by the fact that there are kids or not in the household, or there are any kind of household duties. They continue to work, and the presence of migrant does not change the amount of working hours that they provide. And is not going to change, is not going to change the fact that, or is not going to reduce the fact that that they work less in childcare activities or housework activities. They continue to work the same amount, because I'm not reporting the table, but they work much more less in household activities compared to women. And in some cases here, okay, in the last years, underlying, no, just the 5.2. So it suggests that where there are more migrants, it's more likely that in families with kids, medium-skilled men work for longer hours in childcare activities. Okay, so what I want to show to you is that the share of female immigrants that is very likely to be employed in, let's say, in poor tasks, so in tasks where for housekeeping or childcare or some sort of care of elderly in the household, has a positive and statistical significant effect on the probability of having a child for the medium-skilled native women, and a positive and statistical effect on the probability to work and to better reconcile household to be simultaneously employed and to have a child. Okay, so in some sense, the presence of migrants is going to reduce the weakness of women, of native women, the historical weakness of women in the labor market. Okay, I think I can stop here.
Thank you very much. So I think that you were the first, I'm not quite sure, the first economist in our conference, but I hope that it would continue, because I just would like to foster this interdisciplinary research.
I hope that I did not bother you too much with this technical.
No, there are many issues that I'm really interested in. But if you can stop sharing your screen, yes, thank you very much. So I can see the others and so on. So the first of all, you were saying about that they had some problems to come back to work, but how do you reconcile this with the EU legislation that says that you cannot dismiss a woman on maternity, or pregnant woman, or on maternity? And for instance, I can give you an example that in Poland, for instance, they were usually doing this at the first month that the person came to job. So unless what you are saying that they work in black, and if they work in black, you can dismiss them anytime because you are. So this is my question.
No, I mean, in this case, we're not talking about this, about unfortunately, this kind of attitude to employ in black. The reform in Germany was simply that they provide higher paid maternal leave to German women. Is going to change. So in that case, has changed in the sense that is less inconvenient to leave the job for some let's say childbearing reasoning. So you are paid higher. So the maternal leave are better paid, a little bit shorter, but are better paid. In particular for women with higher wages. Or let me rephrase, you have a double option, or you can have much more money for a short time, okay, and then you go back to work, or you may have a little bit less money, but you can stay longer. That's the first point. Then the second point is that unfortunately I cannot document here because there are some indicators that are provided by, I mentioned in the other research, is a German institute, SGI. They do some research, and they do every year a report on the family policies across developed economies. And for example, other policies can be to facilitate the breastfeeding in the offices. There are rooms for not for breastfeeding, but sorry, I'm not I do not know.
There is breastfeeding, but yeah.
Not breastfeeding, but the collection of milk. I don't know. Sorry, my apologies. So you can store the milk for your baby and then bring back at home. You know what?
Well, I don't know neither. Well, I don't know. Maybe somebody from the audience would know how you. But I think that there is no specific word for this. I think that what you are saying it's right.
No, I don't know if it's clear because I had the experience that, for example, for my wife it was a little bit difficult because there are no places to when you work and then there is your kid at home. You need to do some. It may be very difficult, and sometimes you can wait that. or there are no services, or there are no nursery, there are no, for example, in Italy, the point is that there are very, very few services provided for kindergarten, such as kindergarten, and then there is also cultural reasons. So in some areas, it's considered deplorable to send one-year-old kid in a kindergarten. Okay, so there are also cultural elements, I would say.
So thank you very much. Any other question? I just, we have one more talk. Leonardo, where is Leonardo? Do you have this talk?
I'm here, Professor.
Ah, yes, because you put it host, and I was just like, you.
Yeah. I'm starting the broadcasting.
Brilliant. No, because what I wanted to say that we have the last talk, and I really would like you to stay for this talk, because within this trying to create this platform, I just realized that there is a problem of language, but I think that we have to foster this, because it makes sense if we can participate, all of us, and so on. And Professor Hadibi, as I said, this is the only word that I know in Arabic. Professor Hadibi said that he could not. So Professor Forlani, if you want to stay with us, we have just only one talk.
Yes, I hear. I just switched.
All right, okay. So thank you very much, and we really appreciate your economic perspective into this, because it's important, because finally it could be either a push or pull factor, and well, the further research on vulnerability, who really is vulnerable within the European Union. So telling about our last contribution. So I contacted everybody from who had got Jean Monnet grant, and this is I think either anthropologist or sociology. It is distinct from anthropology, because in some systems anthropology is linked with sociology. So I don't know, and his research is on access to education, and he prepared his talk in French, but I was very bossy and I forced him to prepare slides in English. So he did so, but he preferred to register this because he was traveling from well, somewhere, because finally he's from Algeria, he lives there, and he said that the connection is so unstable that at least if we have recorded session. So please don't leave, because I'm really grateful that he wanted to do it, because the first answer of everybody is, oh, this is not my topic, because we wanted. So I'm really grateful to those who wanted to contribute, despite their first reflection, it's not my topic. So once they wanted to contribute, so let's give him this time and listen to the last recording, and then I will close the session. I think that well, first of all, I really would like to thank you all for your contribution time, and for exactly not saying it's not my topic, so that you wanted it to be your topic. So thank you for this. Carissimo Damiano, where is Damiano? Yes. So let's listen. Access to education for vulnerable groups, which would be probably children.
Donc voilà, bonjour, très chère Katarzyna. Merci pour l'invitation pour participer à cette conférence. Je m'excuse, je ne vais pas pouvoir être en ligne demain pour des motifs de déplacement, mais je vais vous présenter ma communication à travers cette vidéo. Et je vous laisse mon adresse vers la fin pour recevoir vos questions avec plaisir. Donc, pour commencer, notre communication porte sur l'accès à l'éducation en Algérie de migrants en position de vulnérabilité. Il s'agit d'enfants et de parents isolés. Voilà, donc sans trop tarder, pour commencer, je vous présente le plan de la communication qui s'articulera sous cette forme. En premier lieu, quelle est la politique migratoire de l'Algérie? En deuxième lieu, le profil de ces réfugiés, leur nombre, estimation et volume. Et en troisième lieu, et c'est le plus important comme axe, il s'agit de l'intégration de ces enfants en position de vulnérabilité dans le système éducatif algérien, tout en mentionnant vers la fin les difficultés et les défis qui existent en termes d'intégration dans le système éducatif. Donc, sans trop tarder, comme introduction, il s'agit de dire que la question migratoire en général a commencé à s'imposer avec acuité dans les débats académiques et politiques, notamment ces 2 dernières
We put higher volume.
En position de vulnérabilité, notamment les enfants et leurs parents isolés, représentent un des segments structurels de ces mouvements ou bien flux migratoires qui ont commencé à jaillir de tous les sens dans la région de l'Afrique du Nord, notamment ces dernières années.
Volume,
populations vulnérables sont constituées en termes consacrés par la législation nationale.
I think I wanted too much and
de réfugiés, de demandeurs d'asile.
Professor, doesn't it work?
No, it works, but the volume we can't.
Okay, I manage the volume and I come back.
So let's continue how it is, because we can put the volume up on our computers.
Qui nécessite une protection particulière internationale. Donc voilà, quelle est la politique migratoire de l'Algérie? Pour commencer, il s'agit de dire que ce pays qui a été pendant de longues années, notamment après son accession à l'indépendance, un pays pourvoyeur de migrants, c'est-à-dire des migrants qui sortaient de l'Algérie pour rejoindre le Nord, l'Europe, l'Amérique, l'Asie, le Moyen-Orient, etc. Mais ces 2 dernières années, il y a une particularité, c'est que des flux migratoires commencent à arriver des autres pays, notamment les pays africains, subsahariens, etc. Donc l'Algérie, à un certain moment, était un pays pourvoyeur, mais ces dernières années, elle est un pays pourvoyeur et récepteur également. Donc c'est un pays d'émigration et d'immigration. Ça, c'est un premier point. En deuxième lieu, il est à signaler que l'Algérie n'a pas une politique globale en termes de migration adoptée aux standards internationaux. Toutefois, il y a des départements qui interviennent pour des missions bien pointues. Donc, pour parler de populations vulnérables, notamment les réfugiés, par exemple, aucune loi organique n'existe sur cette population. Toutefois, il y a ce qu'on appelle une intervention pointue de plusieurs départements qui gèrent ces flux. Bon, en premier lieu, par exemple, il y a les 2 départements les plus importants. Le ministère des Affaires étrangères qui régule l'immigration régulière et celui de l'Intérieur et des collectivités locales qui régule l'immigration irrégulière. En deuxième lieu, il y a le ministère de la Défense qui s'en charge de la sécurisation des frontières. Vous savez bien que les frontières algériennes dépassent les 6300 km, partagées avec plusieurs pays, 7 pays plus ou moins. Mais il y a également d'autres ministères qui interviennent pour gérer des flux ciblés, à savoir les étudiants, par exemple, le ministère de l'enseignement supérieur, le ministère de la formation pour ce qui est de la formation, le ministère de l'emploi et de la sécurité sociale pour ce qui est de l'intégration des étrangers dans le marché professionnel algérien. Mais il n'y a pas que des acteurs institutionnels, il y a également des acteurs de la société civile qui interviennent et qui ont un apport considérable, à l'image de Croissant Rouge algérien, le Conseil national économique et social, mais aussi des ONG ou bien des associations comme AFAD et le réseau NADA qui sont en charge de l'intégration, de la protection des femmes, notamment étrangères, mais aussi des enfants, etc. Donc globalement, c'est ça la politique algérienne de gestion des flux migratoires. Il n'y a pas de politique commune adoptée, mais il y a des interventions de plusieurs acteurs qui gèrent ces flux. Donc, si on revient au profil des réfugiés et leurs estimations, et parmi ces réfugiés, on trouvera par la suite l'estimation des enfants et des enfants dans le système éducatif, etc. Donc, on profile de ces réfugiés dans des populations vulnérables. Il y a des données qui existent selon les institutions internationales parce qu'il n'y a pas de statistiques officielles de l'État données à ce niveau. Donc, le NDSA, par exemple, a estimé à 249 000, un peu plus de 249 000 étrangers en Algérie, dont 80% de ces étrangers seraient des populations en déplacement forcé ou bien des réfugiés. Et à l'intérieur de cette population, la population la plus importante, ce sont les réfugiés du Sahara occidental, qui sont au nombre de 163 000 Sahraouis, et par la suite, il y a un peu plus de 31 000 Palestiniens, 3 000 Syriens, 2 300 Libyens et 2 300 Yéménites. Ce sont des pays qui connaissent ces derniers temps des mouvements ou bien une situation sécuritaire et politique instable. Et parmi ces populations, il y a un nombre important d'enfants en situation de vulnérabilité. Donc, pour la population générale des camps de réfugiés, ce sont les camps de Tindouf qui abritent cette population, dont le pays est en situation de conflit avec le Maroc.
Damiano, something happened. Damiano? Damiano? Damiano?
Non ti sente più? Eccolo qua, di nuovo.
Damiano?
E si sente basso, Caterina?
Io non sento niente.
Sì, si sente.
Damiano? Damiano? Voi sentite qualcosa?
Molto basso.
But you can hear now.
No, I don't hear nothing.
Yeah, I don't hear nothing. Damiano? Leonardo? Leonardo, Damiano?
Where you are?
Io ci sono, però non posso fare niente perché lui è lost e sta condividendo lui lo schermo.
Hello? Can we do something about it? Hello? Hello, Damiano, Leonardo. Damiano. Carissimo.
Le plan de la communication qui s'appuie là, sur le profil de ce sujet, le nombre de destination évolue. Et en troisième lieu, c'est important qu'on axe et c'est une de ces enfants en position de vulnérabilité dans le système éducatif algérien, tout en mentionnant vers la fin les difficultés et les
Hello, so let's just please don't let him finish. There is a problem with Zoom. Can you hear me? Antonina?
Yes, I listen.
You can hear me. Right, so apparently there is a problem that Zoom delayed something. So please don't go, let him, because however he prepared, he wanted to participate. It's it is very well structured, and you know, just the Cartesian way of structuring a discourse. So let's not leave yet, and let's hope that we will be able to. Yes. So shall we go? Shall we go further? Because we have seen already the structure. So we were somewhere in the end of the, I think that we were more. Yeah, this is more. I've seen this. I think here we can.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. I start.
Yes. But we can't hear anything.
I hear the voice, but
you hear something because
yes, but now nothing.
Nothing.
No.
Is there? I think that for some reason. So let's.
Here I am, Professor. I need you give me the privilege to be a co-host.
So what shall I do? So tell me what I have to do. Yes, you are a host if you want. If I don't have to do anything, if I have to do, let me know what I have to do.
It's quite difficult. I tried the last time.
Okay.
Et d'orientation scolaire, notamment en termes d'accès.
It works.
Voilà. Donc, on l'a dit avant de commencer la présentation que l'Algérie n'a pas une loi dédiée aux réfugiés. Toutefois, les populations, bien les personnes déplacées, bénéficient depuis des années de certains droits dans le cadre de la protection et l'accès à l'éducation à ce titre. À titre d'exemple, en 2012, par exemple, il y a eu des discussions du Haut Commissariat pour les réfugiés avec ses partenaires du gouvernement algérien. Ces discussions ont permis de donner accès à tous les enfants réfugiés et demandeurs d'asile aux écoles publiques. Donc, le gouvernement algérien accorde l'accès à l'éducation, mais pas seulement, à la santé également pour ces réfugiés et demandeurs d'asile sur l'ensemble du territoire national au même titre que tous les Algériens. En plus de la coopération mentionnée, dans le contexte urbain, le Haut Commissariat aux réfugiés collabore étroitement avec un bureau créé spécifiquement au niveau du ministère des Affaires étrangères et le Croissant Rouge algérien pour la gestion des populations qui commençaient à arriver à cette époque. Ils étaient des Syriens et des Maliens. Cet extrait, il fait allusion à deux nationalités, du Mali et de la Syrie, en 2012. Toutefois, tous les migrants en situation irrégulière en Algérie allaient bénéficier de l'accès aux soins et à l'éducation. Le Croissant Rouge algérien a ouvert des foyers d'accueil pour les Syriens au niveau du nord du pays et pour les Maliens au niveau du sud. Donc, au-delà des Maliens, les autres enfants en situation de vulnérabilité accèdent depuis cette époque d'une manière automatique au système éducatif. Donc, au-delà de l'apport de l'État, il y a des associations spécialisées dans ce champ, à savoir l'association NADA, qui s'occupait de la scolarisation des enfants, des réfugiés, et l'ONG Médecins du Monde intervient également dans l'aspect relatif à l'accès aux soins pour les enfants, mais pas seulement, y compris les autres catégories. Donc, selon les données opérationnelles du UNHCR 2019, il y a en Algérie plus de 39 000 enfants qui sont scolarisés au niveau primaire et plus de 8 100 au niveau préscolaire. Donc, ces données sont publiées sur le site de ces institutions internationales et qui précisent que plus de 98% de ces enfants réfugiés qui sont âgés de 6 à 13 ans ont été scolarisés dans les camps. Ici, les camps, ils se réfèrent aux camps de réfugiés des populations sahraouies. Donc, c'est 39 383. Et sur le financement de ces réfugiés dans leur accès à l'éducation gratuite et dans l'enseignement supérieur, c'est l'État algérien qui considère que ces réfugiés qui, comme des étudiants algériens, doivent bénéficier des mêmes droits, y compris des bourses. Donc après un passage dans le système éducatif, s'ils parviennent à accéder à l'enseignement supérieur, ils suivent le même rythme de scolarisation que les étudiants algériens, c'est-à-dire la gratuité, mais aussi l'accès à la bourse sans aucune restriction. Voilà, mais toutefois, il y a des difficultés malgré ces acquis qui doivent être mentionnés. Des acquis comme la gratuité de l'accès automatique pour tout enfant qui se trouve sur le territoire national. Il y a des difficultés qui sont importantes et qui portent sur la qualité de l'éducation primaire qui reste en deçà des standards, notamment dans les camps des réfugiés de Tindouf, ce qui se traduit par un important échec scolaire. Selon des données de l'UNESCO, il y a, c'était en 2015 ou bien 2016, un peu plus de 50% comme taux d'échec scolaire et la qualité des infrastructures, notamment la nourriture, les classes, le transport, etc., sont à améliorer d'une manière remarquable, car il y a un manque très important à ce niveau. L'autre difficulté ou bien l'autre défi qui existe porte sur le recensement de tous les enfants étrangers en situation de vulnérabilité, car il se peut qu'il y ait des enfants qui sont en situation de vulnérabilité, qui se trouvent sur le territoire national, mais qui n'ont pas été recensés par l'administration publique parce que tout simplement, ils ne se sont pas présentés, les services n'ont pas parvenu à les trouver ou bien n'ont pas demandé une protection auprès du HCR. Donc, des enfants peuvent être délaissés de côté. Ils n'accèdent pas à ce droit élémentaire qui est l'éducation. La troisième, par exemple, difficulté qui existe, à savoir la mise en place d'un mécanisme d'accompagnement spécifique aux enfants et aux parents isolés parce que ces enfants ont subi des chocs psychologiques et nécessitent une aide économique et une incitation pour accéder au marché de l'emploi avec tout le soutien psychologique nécessaire. Donc voilà, j'ai essayé en partie de vous résumer les données que j'ai rassemblées sous format de cette vidéo multimédia. Je vous laisse mon adresse électronique pour vos questions. Je répondrai tout au long de la semaine avec plaisir. Je vous remercie et je m'excuse pour le fait de ne pas pouvoir être parmi vous.
Okay, so thank you very much for those who have remained with me. I know that the day was very long. Thank you very much, Zahir. If you are listening to us, was very interesting. My questions would be, how about, so who is financing this? What is the follow-up, for instance, for children with difficulties, that, for instance, those that they have learning difficulties, they have dyspraxia, dyslexia, are there any special means, assistance provided for them, and exactly this assistance for vulnerable groups. Very, very well structured and very comprehensive, and thank you very much. I'm sure that you are listening to us maybe on YouTube. If not, well, what I understand, it's going to stay on YouTube, so you will be able to listen to this conference from the beginning. So thank you very much to all of you. Really appreciate it. Thank you for your time. It was a very long day. I think that we have covered all possible concepts and ideas about vulnerability. And in addition to this, maybe exactly interdisciplinary, maybe sometimes a little bit outside, but it doesn't matter because we can think about it and it could provide some sort of idea into our research, publications, and so on. So thank you ever so much for being with us, being, well, with me, with us, and wanting to share your experience, your research, your dedication, and so on. So thank you so much.